Chapter 319. However, since Yang Qindong had said so, what else could Su Yozhen do? She could only nod her head and head back to the palace. In the carriage, Yang Qindong sighed. After hearing Li Qing's words, he went into the large warehouse to investigate and found out that Zhu Jianxin was suffering from viral enteritis. This illness was naturally not a serious illness in the future, but in the past, it could have been fatal. Thinking back, Zhu Jianxin's early death might have had something to do with this. This matter was not complicated, and it was not that the imperial physicians were not skilled. It was just that the crown prince's illness came too quickly. In addition, he was a child and had a weak body. If strong medicine could not be used, it might harm the body and cause a greater rebound. People would always say that many times, the imperial physicians were not as good as some barefoot doctors when it came to treating illnesses. This was actually a misconception. To be able to enter the imperial hospital, which one of them did not have real skills? After going through layers of selection, and their family background was clean. The reason why some illnesses were not as good as the treatment methods of the country doctors was because the patients they faced were either rich or noble. These people had a common problem, and that was that life was very precious. For example, if they had the same illness, if they were ordinary people, it was fine if they died, but if they survived, it would be a skill that could make them famous. The barefoot doctors could naturally do things without restrictions. Sometimes, they even came to treat patients with experimental methods. However, in the imperial hospital, it was completely different. They first had to ensure that they did not make any mistakes and protect themselves. In this kind of environment, it was fine if they did not do well, but they could not mess things up. Most of the time, they used conservative methods. Some small illnesses would not be cured quickly due to various misgivings, and it was not uncommon for it to become a serious illness. What was Zhu Jianxin's status? The crown prince, he was the future emperor. In addition, his birth mother was Empress Hang, the eldest son of the first wife, and the only son of the substitute emperor, Zhu Qiyu. His importance could be seen. There really wasn't the slightest bit of accident or carelessness. Li Qing was a good example to learn from. Li Qing's matter also rang an alarm bell for the other imperial physicians. What if his body couldn't take it and there were side effects? There was no need for that. Ordinary methods were too slow to take effect, and it was normal for new situations to occur at any time. As a result, they were all hesitant and wanted to decline. In the face of such a situation, Zhu Qizhen was naturally enraged. He even threatened that if anything happened to his son, he would find trouble with these imperial physicians. But even so, no one would take the initiative to stand out and cause trouble. Most of the time, it was one thing to be punished passively, but it was another thing to take the initiative to take responsibility and look for trouble. It was at this moment that Su Yozhen arrived. He brought the medicine that Yang Qindong had given him. It was a small box with a strange packaging. Inside it was a long red and white pill. In fact, it was just the most common enteritis calming capsule in the future. Through Li Qing's description and his confident tone, Yang Qindong had a rough understanding of his condition. After entering the carriage, he flashed into the large warehouse. After another round of investigation, he confirmed that the crown prince Zhu Jianxin was most likely suffering from viral enteritis. Then, he took out the medicine for the illness. The existence of the large warehouse was an unlimited cheating device. Anything that was placed inside would never expire. This was also Yang Qindong's greatest reliance. After Su Yozhen received the capsule, he came all the way to the imperial palace. It would be a lie to say that he did not have any suspicions or speculations. But when he thought of how much effort and money the Duke of Loyalty had spent on him, if something happened to him, it would not be in the other party's interest. When he thought of Yang Qindong's strange methods, he finally chose to believe him. Of course, he could only be responsible for delivering the capsule. As for whether the emperor would let Zhu Jianxin take it, that was something he could not do. In the imperial palace, the imperial physician's self-protection made Zhu Qiyu furious. As soon as Su Yozhen appeared and presented him with the medicine, he saw a turning point. He immediately ordered a few imperial physicians to study the medicine to see if it was poisonous. He even purposely had a eunuch take the medicine. After ensuring that there was no danger, he finally gave it to the crown prince. The medicine started to take effect. The crown prince did not feel as uncomfortable and fell into a deep sleep. Several imperial physicians came forward to check his pulse and confirmed that his condition had improved a lot. At this moment, Zhu Qiyu finally let out a sigh of relief. Good, beloved official Su has done a meritorious service by presenting the medicine. Reward. Zhu Qiyu, who was in a good mood, looked at Su Yozhen and was particularly pleasing to the eye. With a putong sound, Su Yozhen knelt on the ground. He hurriedly explained in detail that the medicine was delivered by the Duke of Loyalty. He also emphasized the matter of Li Qing from the Imperial Hospital. With meritorious service, no one would push it away. However, Yang Qindong was still waiting for news in front of the Ministry of Justice's prison. At this moment, how could Su Yozhen dare to be greedy? Zhu Qiyu stood there and quietly listened to everything. After the matter was clear, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. He originally thought that the medicine was a folk prescription that Su Yozhen had obtained. In addition, the matter was urgent, so he did not ask too much. Now that he knew that it was done by Yang Qindong, he was worried that this medicine that he had never seen before might have other side effects. After all, the crown prince had an accident. When he was in danger, there was no one to inherit his mantle. If Yang Qindong was suspected of rebelling, doing things like this was not impossible. He had some doubts in his heart. After all, Yang Qindong's power had long created a situation where his meritorious service shocked the emperor. Logically speaking, based on his meritorious service and the things he had done, it would not be excessive to give him the title of one of the three dukes. However, Zhu Qiyu did not do so. It was because his weakness could easily create a sharp contrast with the other party's strength. Fortunately, this Duke of Loyalty and Courage followed the rules. When he had nothing to do, he would do his best to be a teacher in the Yang family manner. He also rarely interacted with the important officials in court. As the emperor, he was very satisfied with this kind of method of not forming cliques. In order to compromise, as long as Yang Qindong did not do things too ostentatiously, he would also turn a blind eye. For example, when he beat up the Japanese envoy and wrestled with Minister Yu Shiyue, he only reprimanded him. He did not do anything excessive. It seemed like the well water did not interfere with the river water, but in reality, both sides were secretly on guard. In this kind of environment, if Zhu Qiyu knew that the medicine was given by Yang Qindong, he probably would not dare to eat it. He did not reprimand Su Yozhen for not explaining the source of the medicine first, because Zhu Qiyu also knew that once she explained it clearly, the crown prince's condition would worsen. Alright, Zhen understands the matter. It seems that imperial physician Li Qing was wrongly accused this time. How about this, you release him and promote him by 1 rank. As Zhu Qiyu spoke, he waved his hand, indicating that Su Yozhen could leave. Yes, Your Majesty. After Su Yozhen agreed, she bowed and left. In his heart, he understood that this matter was over. He didn't reward Yang Qindong, who had taken out the medicine, because the emperor didn't want to have any more dealings with him. However, raising Wang Qing's rank was actually a gesture of goodwill. The Duke of Loyalty and Courage entered the city. And it seemed that he entered the city in a hurry, so there were not many guards around him. As soon as the news came out, Head Constable Yan Tao came to Qingshan Inn. In the past few days, Wu Yong had done a lot of things. With gold and silver, and some connections with the Blackwater gang, he had found many Lulin experts. The famous ones were Copper Whip Wang Gui, Silver Spear Song Gang, Swimming Dragon Hand Li Zixing and others. These people's martial arts were not low. They had stayed in the Black Well Street for a period of time because of a mishap and were taken care of by boss Hu Huaihai. It was because of this relationship that these people contacted Wu Yong in 2s and 3s under the promise of great benefits. Although the matter with the Blackwater gang had come to an end, Wu Yong still did not dare to move around in the capital during the day. When Yen Tao came to find him, he was lying on the bed to catch up on his sleep. However, when he heard the noise, he immediately stood up. When he got up, a short sword was already in his hand. "It's me, don't be so nervous. I came to tell you that he entered the city and is now at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice's prison. There are only a dozen guards around him." Yen Tao's voice came in an extremely low volume. Then, the inn quickly became quiet again, giving people the feeling that this place had always been quiet. Wu Yong maintained the posture of holding the sword until there was no sound from the outside world. Then, as if he had woken up, his eyes flashed. Then, he put on some makeup and quickly left Qing Shun Inn. Although with his status, it would be more dangerous to go out during the day, some opportunities were fleeting. If he did not seize them, he did not know when the next opportunity would come. As for Yen Tao, after leaving Qing Shun Inn, he went to Yu Mansion again. This time, it was easy for him to walk in. The person who received him was the eldest grandson of Yu Mansion, Yu Yuanbi. He had also received the news and was waiting for his arrival. Then, a large net covered Yang Qindong's head. However, before everything happened, it was still very calm, like the darkness before dawn. There was no wind, no rain, and no sunlight. In front of the Ministry of Justice's prison, Li Qing was released. He did not show any fear on his face. Perhaps it was because the time he spent in prison was too short, and his attention was focused on his illness. Fifth sister Yang Qindong also rushed over in the Li family's carriage. When she picked up her husband, the two of them expressed their gratitude to Yang Qindong. In this regard, the sixth young master Yang casually waved his hand, as if he did not care. Since they were family, he wouldn't be stingy when it came to helping out. Not to mention, Li Qing was indeed a talent, a professional talent. If he could gain more experience, he had already begun to consider whether or not he should bring him to his side. Chapter 320. After settling the matter, Yang Qindong naturally would not stay in front of the prison of the Ministry of Justice any longer. The carriage turned around and headed straight for the south of the city. Everything that happened here today was just a small interlude in Yang Qindong's eyes. It was not something to be taken seriously. But he did not know that there was a murderous plot waiting for him on the way back. The Yongding Gate was one of the gates that Yang Qindong used to return to the Yang village. They had passed through this place countless times, and even the soldiers of the 5 cities' warden's office were extremely familiar with this place. When they saw that one of the most luxurious carriages in the capital, they bowed from a distance to express the respect they felt for it. Every time this happened, the curtain of the carriage would be opened, revealing Yang Qindong's young, handsome, and calm face. He nodded slightly, which could be considered as a greeting to the soldiers. Just this small action made countless soldiers extremely excited. Their eyes shone with excitement. Speaking of which, Yang Qindong still had some influence in the army, and it was not small before. Just like after defeating the Walla army, it was easy for him to infiltrate the army with his influence. But he did not do so. Originally, he walked the path of the elite. Although this way, the early development would be very slow, the advantage was that he had a solid foundation. Yang Qindong also believed that, with the passage of time, there would be a day when this army would grow stronger. At that time, it would be the time for them to rise to the top of the world. The carriage left the Yongding Gate and headed for the Yang village 15 li away. In front of them, a group of 100 people was waiting in formation. They were lying on the side of the road, holding their breath and waiting for something. They were dressed in different clothes, and many of them were not familiar with each other. But this did not prevent them from gathering here, because they had a common goal, and that was to kill the Duke of Loyalty of the Great Ming Dynasty. The people of the Lulan did not follow any rules. They might go berserk and kill people because of a sentence, but they might also fight because of a contemptuous look, or fight over meaningless disputes. It was because of this that they were even more terrifying. And now, this group of terrifying people were gathered together. From this, it could be seen how powerful the person who attracted them was. That man was Wu Yong, the former second-in-command of the Blackwater Gang. He was lucky enough to survive. Back then, his mission was to ambush Yang Qindong halfway, but because he was detected too early, he failed in the end. This time, he took the same route as before and even led these people to an ambush location not far from the previous ambush location. With this arrangement, he seemed to want to climb back up from where he fell. There were more than 100 heroes, all of them were Lulan people, and all of them had learned some martial arts. Among them, there were some who had made a name for themselves in Jianghu, such as Copper Whip Wang Gui, Silver Spear Song Gang, Roaming Dragon Hand Li Zixing, and so on. All of them had the ability to take on more than 10 people. If they were to encounter an ordinary man who relied on brute force, perhaps even 10 or 20 people would not be a match for them. Of course, Wu Yong was able to invite them because of the temptation of a large sum of money. Wu Yong said that after the matter was completed, the rewards would be very rich. However, at the same time, he also wanted to make a name for himself. In Jianghu, what mattered most was reputation and righteousness. The so-called reputation naturally referred to reputation and fame. Righteousness referred to the spirit of loyalty and righteousness that reached the clouds. Previously, during the bombardment of Blackwell Street, who knew how many Lulan people were killed? These people roamed Jianghu all year round, so it was impossible for them not to have 2 or 3 friends. For example, among these 100 people, there were some who came with the intention of avenging the death of their old friends. There were also some who came for fame. If they could kill the Duke of Loyalty and Courage of the Great Ming Dynasty, presumably, it would be awe-inspiring. From then on, their reputation in Jianghu would be even more resounding, and it would be easier for them to do things. With all kinds of thoughts, more than 100 people hid in the dense forest beside the road. Since they were experts who had learned martial arts, they naturally had the ability to hide and adjust their breath, so that from a distance, it was impossible to see anything wrong with this place compared to other places. Under everyone's expectant eyes, a luxurious carriage appeared, and a small guard team of more than a dozen people also appeared in everyone's line of sight. At this moment, an austere atmosphere unknowingly filled this dense forest. Affected by it, one's breathing unconsciously became heavier. If one's hearing was good, one would already be able to faintly hear the sound of slightly heavy breathing. The carriage approached from afar, 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet, 800 feet, 500 feet, 300 feet, 10 feet, 8 feet, 5 feet. As it got closer and closer, the faces of the guards could already be seen through the dense forest. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and then a figure seemed to descend from the sky. A long bronze whip smashed directly at the moving carriage. The wind was swift and the rain was like thunder. Under this blow, it had the power to wipe out 1,000 soldiers. Caught off guard, the roof of the luxurious carriage was hit heavily, and the whole body of the carriage seemed to be smashed a lot. However, because the body of the carriage was really sturdy, it was pierced with one blow. The person who made the move was Copper Whip Wang Gui. He first hid in a big tree, and when the carriage passed by, he suddenly attacked from above. He wanted to split the carriage to reveal the target of this trip, but because he underestimated the sturdiness of the carriage, his attack failed. When the attack began, a whip fell from the sky, and the horn of the attack was blown. Figures rushed out from the dense forest, either holding swords, sabers, or spears. The speed of these people was very fast. The distance of 100 feet was covered in only 2 to 3 breaths. Before the dozen or so guards could react, they rushed towards the unique and luxurious carriage that represented an extraordinary meaning. Boom! A long spear flashing with silver light directly pierced into the carriage. The one who made the move was Silver Spear Song Gang. After Copper Whip Wang Gui's attack failed, he used his own attack method. Clang! Just as the long spear was about to pierce into the carriage, a long saber came slashing over and struck the body of the silver spear, causing it to deviate slightly. The long spear that was supposed to enter through the curtain instead pierced the edge of the window, causing wood chips to fly into the air. Protect the young master. Beta Persei, who was holding the saber, had a very ugly expression on his face after the attack. Just from the exchange of blows just now, it seemed that he was not much better in terms of martial arts. There was no need for Beta Persei to shout anything else, as more than a dozen Ling Feng guards had already begun to draw their sabers to protect the carriage. They formed a group of 3, back to back, forming a circle. They stood on the side of the carriage, staring coldly at the people of the forest rushing in front of them. This was the 3-3 system taught by Yang Qindong. Once, this strategy was used to fight the United States Army during the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea. Now, it was used on the battlefield like an extension of one's arm. It was very useful and could be used to protect one's back and sides as much as possible in a chaotic battle. It allowed one to fight wholeheartedly without having to worry about other threats. As soon as the 3-3 system was used, although there were only more than a dozen Ling Feng guards, the 5 circles formed were very similar to one. This made the forest people, who were originally fighting separately, feel like they were impenetrable and impenetrable. Don't hold back, finish off the target as soon as possible. Wu Yong also appeared in the crowd. His gaze only swept over the dozen Ling Feng guards before returning to the luxurious carriage. Intuition told him that these guards were very troublesome and difficult to deal with. Instead of fighting with them, it was better to directly kill Yang Qindong in the carriage. When the time came, things would naturally be much easier to deal with without a leader. With Wu Yong's appearance, the forest people who were originally fighting on their own became much more orderly. They began to approach the carriage step by step. At the same time, they also sent a portion of their men to surround the other 5 circles in other directions, using the tactic of holding back the guards. Quickly close in. Beta Persei saw that the opponents were closing in step by step, and shouted with a thunderous voice. His voice was already very loud to begin with, so this shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, directly shaking the ears of swimming dragon hand Li Zixing, who had just rushed over, to the point of buzzing. Li Zixing's footsteps were a little shaky because of this loud roar. Beta Persei, who used the roar similar to a lion's roar to disturb the enemy, immediately brandished his sword. He wanted to use this opportunity to cut down the people in front of him. The wind from the blade whistled and fell from the sky with a flash of light, drawing a beautiful arc. It was not until it was 20 centimeters away from Li Zixing's neck that it was forced to stop. It was a flashing silver spear, blocking the place where the blade fell. I'll help you. The one who made the move was Silver Spear Song Gang. Just like how Beta Persei blocked his spear from entering the carriage, this time he also blocked Beta Persei's killing move against Li Zixing. The blade was blocked, and there was a very crisp sound of weapons clashing. This also let Li Zixing know what had happened. After a loud shout, he pushed out his palms and slammed them in front of Beta Persei. Even though Beta Persei was tall and strong, he did not dare to underestimate the two of them. He stepped back to ensure his own safety. Beta Persei was forced to retreat to the side. The situation did not seem good. Even the other 15 members of the Cold Front were beginning to be separated. They were in a team of 3, and they were facing a team of more than 10 people. Under the advantage of several times the manpower, they were like small boats sailing in the sea, with the possibility of capsizing at any time. In a situation where a crisis could occur at any time, they really did not have the opportunity to take out their guns and fire. The Cold Front were separated, and Beta Persei was forced to retreat to the side, leaving the front door of the carriage wide open. Only a hanging curtain was left hanging there, indicating that he was still very mysterious. Go, open the curtain. Wu Yong came to the carriage with more than 10 of the forest's experts. When he thought of Yang Qindong's title as the war god, he did not know why, but at this moment, there was a trace of fear in his heart. Chapter 321. The forest man pointed out by Wu Yong did not have so many taboos. Sometimes, ignorance was blameless. He did not know how powerful Yang Qindong was, and was even a little excited that he could lift the curtain. Taking large strides forward, he placed the saber in his left hand and reached out his hand towards the area where the palanquin curtain was. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out, and the blade fell to the ground. A bloody hole appeared on the forehead of the greenwood man, and blood was flowing out of it. His eyes were wide open, showing the confusion and fear he had in the moment before he died. The man fell to the ground, and a strong smell of blood naturally came out and drilled into the nostrils of Wu Yong and the others. Hiss! Seeing the scene in front of him, Wu Yong could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, and at the same time, he naturally took a step back. He knew that the loyal duke was not easy to kill, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. Let's go together. But the hesitation only lasted for a moment, and Wu Yong made up his mind again. As the second brother of the Blackwater gang, he had naturally come into contact with the firearms of the great Ming dynasty before. He knew that although this thing was powerful, it had more problems. For example, it was only effective at close range, and it could only fire one shot at a time. But out of his cautious nature, he did not send people to try, but decided to swarm in. When the time came, how would the loyal duke, who only had one firearm, deal with it? Initially, the gunshot had indeed frightened everyone. They were still thinking about what to do next, but Wu Yong's voice had already sounded. When he heard that everyone was going to attack together, he suddenly became spirited again. Perhaps this was human nature. When one person was afraid to do something because of fear, the fear seemed to disappear when everyone was together. Under Wu Yong's encouragement, more than a dozen people were divided into two groups. They formed a semicircle and closed in on the luxurious carriage. All kinds of weapons flashed coldly, and they were ready to kill at any time. The scene in front of the carriage made Beta Persei and the 15 Ling Feng brothers anxious. They tried to get closer, but they were all blocked by the forest people who had the advantage in numbers. Among them, Beta Persei had rushed too fiercely and did not take care of his own defense. His shoulder was hit by Li Zixing's swimming dragon hand, and his entire left arm felt numb. This was because he had been training for many years. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to fight back after being hit by this palm. No one could come to help. Yang Qindong, who was in the carriage, seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. At least, that was what Wu Yong thought. In his opinion, Yang Qindong was only in his early 20s. Even some of the martial arts grandmasters and famous big shots would find it very difficult to rush out when facing a dozen or more opponents. Big brother, third brother, this brother is going to avenge you. Wu Yong muttered in his heart. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, it was as if he wanted to chop off Yang Qindong's head as a sacrifice for his brothers. The forest people approached step by step. The nearest person was already within arm's reach of the carriage's curtain. That person held the long sword in his hand and swung it forward. He wanted to cut off the curtain to provide enough support for his and his brother's vision. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the long sword, as if they wanted to see what kind of vision the sword would bring when it was swung down. They also wanted to see if the young loyal duke of the great Ming dynasty, whom they had identified as their target, was really that powerful. Did he really have 3 heads and 6 arms? Bang! Another gunshot rang out, accompanied by the scene of the forest man holding the sword falling to the ground. This gunshot also caused the other forest men to involuntarily take a step back. Obviously, they were very wary of this flintlock. Don't be afraid. He only has one flintlock. If we attack together, he won't be able to do anything. Wu Yong saw that the morale of his men was shaken, so he immediately shouted loudly. As he looked around, he saw Copper Whip Wang Gui and the others besieging a 3-man cold vanguard squad. Under the wave of the Copper Whip, the 3-man squad was indeed in a very difficult situation. There were even different wounds on the 3 men's bodies. However, the formation was really special. At the very least, it was useful for defense. It actually caused the forest men, who outnumbered them by several times, to be unable to find a suitable opportunity to attack in a short period of time. Since it didn't work immediately, Wu Yong shouted loudly, "Brother Wang, please come help." "Oh. How is it? Why hasn't the carriage been opened yet?" Wang Gui, who was attracted by the shout, stood beside Wu Yong. His voice seemed to be concerned, but in reality, it was filled with a sense of superiority. He was thinking about the uselessness of these people. With so many people, they couldn't even deal with a stopped carriage. It was really difficult to look up to them. Yes, it hasn't been opened yet. It seems that we still need Brother Wang's copper whip. Wu Yong was very good at manipulating people. Naturally, he could see Wang Gui's arrogance. However, it didn't matter. He would just satisfy the other party. At most, he would say a few nice words. It wasn't like he would lose anything. Sure enough, after hearing Wu Yong's flattering words, Wang Gui laughed heartily. Fine, since Brother Wu has said so, then I have no choice but to make a move. Come, all of you, get out of the way. Watch me directly shatter that curtain. Wang Gui, who was laughing, placed the 7-section copper whip on the ground. The other forest men also tactfully retreated to the side. The power of the 2 spears was truly frightening. They couldn't figure out what was inside the carriage, and they didn't even know when to dodge at the crucial moment. It was better to let Wang Gui use his copper whip to lift the curtain. The forest men obeyed and retreated to the side. However, from the way they stood, they still faintly surrounded the carriage. It seemed that they were only waiting for their field of vision to widen so that they could charge forward and finish off their target. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Gui raised his right arm. The veins on his arm were already bulging at this moment. The 7-section copper whip followed a loud whistling sound as it smashed towards the huge curtain of the luxurious carriage. As expected of the copper whip. This time, Wang Gui's attack was very accurate. With just one strike, it hit the horse curtain. With a twist and a pull, the originally heavy curtain flew up along with the copper whip. At this moment, the figure of the person in the luxurious carriage was clearly imprinted in everyone's line of sight. A green robe with a calm face. There wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness or urgency from being surrounded. This was the first impression that Yang Qindong gave everyone. As expected of the Duke of Loyal and Courageous. Wu Yong had once been fortunate enough to see Yang Qindong on the street. Although it was still far away, he could still recognize him. At this moment, when he saw that the person in the carriage was the target that he wanted to take his life, he couldn't help but excitedly shout out. Just as Wu Yong's shout fell, Yang Qindong in the carriage sighed. That's right, I am the Duke of Loyalty and Courage. However, I don't know what enmity I have with you. Why must you take my life? You've killed countless people. Do I need a reason to kill you? At this moment, Wu Yong really wanted to tell Yang Qindong how his big brother and third brother were killed. However, considering that a long delay might lead to trouble, he decisively chose to give up. Instead, he held a ghost knife in his hand and pointed at Yang Qindong. Kill him. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels of silver was enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live for the rest of their lives. Even for the forest people who spent money extravagantly, it was a huge sum of money. As the saying goes, people die for wealth. As the shout fell, 4 or 5 figures had already rushed out. Their target was Yang Qindong, who was sitting in the carriage. They could already see clearly. Kill! The 5 figures shouted in unison. It seemed like they were cheering for themselves, but also seemed like they were raising their voices. Sigh, you're forcing me to kill. In the carriage, Yang Qindong sighed softly. Then, he took out his hands that were hidden under his green robe. At the same time, he also took out a machine gun used by the 9th Squad. With the great warehouse in hand, the world is mine. How could Yang Qindong, who could enter the great warehouse at any time and take out all kinds of new weapons, be afraid of these unorganized, so-called heroes of the forest in front of him? These people had no discipline. When there were benefits, they would often rush up like a swarm of bees. When there was danger, they would often run away without a trace. Against such opponents, as long as he could suppress their morale, it would be much easier to deal with what came next. In Yang Qindong's eyes, these people were not even as good as a well-trained army. At least, when the general gave the order, these soldiers would charge even if they knew that they would die. That might be a headache for him, but these forest people in front of him, this motley crew, really did not mean anything in his eyes. With a look of contempt in his eyes, he pulled the trigger with his right index finger, and the sound of firecrackers rang out. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. It was as if someone was welcoming a bride, and the sound of firecrackers rang out non-stop. Following the sound of gunfire, in reality, the first 5 Greenwood warriors who rushed over had blood-red flowers appear on their bodies. Then, like dominoes, they fell to the ground one by one. What is this? Wu Yong and the others, who did not understand the details, and did not even know what an advanced igniter was, were dumbfounded. Previously, Wu Yong thought that since Yang Qindong could lead the army to repel Walla's attack, he must be someone with some ability. However, his ability should be mainly reflected in his intelligence, just like his position in the Blackwater Gang, where he was a strategist and played the game of strategizing. However, in terms of skills, perhaps this young loyal duke had also learned martial arts, but after all, he was too young and should not have any deeper attainments. This was also because Wu Yong overestimated Yang Qindong enough, which was why he brought more than 100 people to besiege him. With nearly 10 times the number advantage and a sudden attack, no matter how one looked at it, they would not fail. But now, when the gunshots rang out continuously, seeing his brothers fall to the ground one by one, he finally realized that he had underestimated this loyal duke of the great Ming dynasty. Chapter 322. A volley of bullets shot out, and the first row of 5 Greenwood warriors closest to the carriage fell to the ground with their eyes wide open, as though they were unable to rest in peace. Yang Qindong smacked his lips and shook his head. I already said, you guys forced me to kill. Since I've already killed, I'll continue to kill. Suo Qindong seemed to be looking for an excuse for himself. After he finished speaking, he raised his gun and aimed it at the other forest warriors surrounding the carriage. Run! Wu Yong immediately noticed that the pitch-black muzzle was raised. Out of instinct, he shouted to run, but his body took the initiative to hide behind Copper Whip Wang Gui. This person's stature was similarly tall and could be Wu Yong's first shield. Not everyone had Wu Yong's intelligence. The moment the continuous gunshots rang out, who knew how many people were completely dumbfounded? The sudden appearance of a firearm that wasn't a firearm and a concealed weapon that wasn't a concealed weapon and possessed such great lethality, for a moment, many people's minds became blank. When Yang Qindong raised his gun and fired again, they were like fixed targets, allowing the bullets to hit their bodies. They didn't even know how to dodge. Continuous gunshots rang out, and the 5 forest warriors closest to the carriage fell to the ground with blood all over their bodies. Then the muzzle shifted, and the black muzzle once again spewed out a red light, aiming at those forest warriors who were still in a daze and at a loss of what to do. The copper whip was propped up on the ground, and Wang Gui's old face was already wrinkled together. He had roamed the underworld for more than 30 years, and believed that he had seen and heard many things, but everything that happened in front of him was still beyond his imagination. He never even thought that there would be such a thing today. When Yang Qindong moved the gun towards him, he was still standing there in a daze. Then, gunshots rang out, and Wang Gui, who had been shot 3 times in the chest, naturally fell backward. But he only fell backwards, and didn't really fall down. Wu Yong, who was hiding behind him, supported him. So, a dazzling firework soared into the sky, which was suddenly released from Wu Yong's hand. He thought of what Yen Tao had said to him. If things were difficult, he still had a backup plan. At that time, he could catch the Duke of Loyalty in one fell swoop. Previously, he had almost forgotten about this matter. Now that he didn't know if the fireworks would have any effect, he could only wait for the results. It didn't matter if he died, but if he couldn't kill Yang Qindong, even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to see his big brother and third brother. With Wang Gui dead, the Greenwood man who was walking in front of the carriage and preparing to attack also woke up and began to rapidly retreat. In this regard, Yang Qindong did not chase after them, nor did he shoot. Instead, he looked at these people nervously, as if he would not shoot if they did not force him. The moment the gunshots rang out, Beta Persei also took the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield. He avoided the entanglement of Silver Spear Song Gang and Dragon Hand Li Zixing and returned to the carriage. The other 5 three-man teams were also moving closer to the carriage, with a look of vigilance on their faces. Why did he stop fighting? Silver Spear Song Gang walked to Wu Yong's side and asked with a frown when he saw the bodies of more than a dozen of his companions on the ground. Maybe there aren't many bullets left in his gun. Wu Yong shook his head and said in an uncertain tone. Then what are we waiting for? Since there aren't many bullets left, let's just swarm him and see how many of our brothers he can kill. Dragon Hand Li Zixing had a ruthless expression on his face. Obviously, as a famous master in Jianghu, it would be too embarrassing if they couldn't even kill a target of more than a dozen people with the power of hundreds of people. As soon as Li Zixing finished speaking, he received a few supercilious looks. It was as if they wanted to charge at him. Although it was true that these people were from the Jianghu, they were also known as the heroes of the forest by others. Some of them had even committed murder, giving people the impression that they were extremely vicious. However, there was one thing that could not be changed, and that was that they were still very afraid of death deep down in their bones. Otherwise, they could have swarmed him together instead of fighting and probing him. After speaking, Li Zixing knew that everyone was looking down on him, so he didn't speak anymore with a red face. After all, his words just now were a bit impulsive. It was normal for him to receive supercilious looks from others. On the other hand, Silver Spear Song Gang couldn't help but ask, Brother Wu, then what are we doing here? Waiting. This time, Wu Yong's tone was incomparably firm. Just now, the signal of fireworks had been released. Next, it was time to see what Yan Tao's backup plan was. He hoped that it wouldn't disappoint him. Wu Yong and the others didn't run. They just fled and didn't fight. They just faintly formed a fan and blocked the way. In this regard, Yang Qindong and the others didn't charge or retreat, nor did they shoot. It was as if they were waiting for something. The only difference was that Wu Yong's expression was relatively calm. Under Yang Qindong's calm appearance, there would occasionally be a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Time passed by minute. After about a quarter of an hour, a heavy sound came from the ground. The first thing that resonated was the sudden neighing of the warhorses pulling the luxurious carriage. A group of horses is coming. The sudden movement caused the two sides to become restless. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the capital, wanting to see who was coming. Some of the mercenaries were even prepared to run. They were just here to earn some extra money. They didn't want to lose their lives here. As for whether they could escape or not, they were still confident in being surrounded by dense forests. The sound of the horses behind them was getting closer and closer. Yang Qindong, who was sitting in the carriage, suddenly relaxed. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a brand new magazine and inserted it into the machine. Not only him, Beta Persei and the other 15 members of the Cold Front also took out the spears on their backs and began to check their equipment. All these movements were so skillful and natural. Wu Yong suddenly had a bad feeling when he saw the way they acted, as if there was no one else around. Could it be that the other party has something to rely on? Or is it that while I'm waiting, the other party is also waiting? This thought only flashed through Wu Yong's mind for a moment before disappearing. In the end, he knew too little about firearms. If it had been an opponent like Shi Heng, he would have already fled to God knows where the moment the squad opened fire with the machine gun. Wu Yong, who still had the advantage in numbers, was still hoping that this group of horses might be reinforcements from the loyal Duke. Otherwise, why would the other party be so calm? However, he didn't know what the other party would do after he released the fireworks. The two sides were still in a standoff. The outline of the horse group behind them was gradually becoming clearer. After some time, it finally appeared in front of everyone. It was a group of horses dressed entirely in black. From a distance, it looked like there were about 50 of them. In ancient times, warhorses were very rare and expensive, especially in the Central Plains. Most of the warhorses needed to be purchased from the northern grasslands. As time passed, the price would often increase by a few times. To be able to take out 50 warhorses at once, it was obvious that this person's identity was extraordinary. Ha ha ha, they're all here. The horse group was getting closer and closer until they stopped about 100 steps away from Yang Qindong. At this distance, it was already within the range of an arrow. At that time, an arrow could be shot about 130 steps away. At this distance, even an ordinary bow and arrow could have a considerable lethality. At such a close distance, the carriage might only need to charge down and tear Yang Qindong and the others to pieces. The leader of the horse group, who was actually a young man, seemed to know this result and reason. He laughed heartily. Yang Qindong narrowed his eyes for a moment when the person greeted him so enthusiastically. Obviously, he didn't recognize the other party. It was only when Yang Er leaned forward and whispered something that he nodded as if he suddenly realized something. So it's young Master Yu. I really didn't expect that the person behind today's big battle was actually you. The person who came was Yu Yuanbi, the eldest grandson of Minister Yu Shiyue of the Ministry of Justice. He was also the backup that Yen Tao mentioned. That day, Yen Tao went to the Yu mansion to seek an audience with Minister Yu. He said that Wu Yong wanted to deal with Yang Qindong. As one of the chief constables, how could Yen Tao not know about the enmity between Minister Yu and the Duke of Loyalty? Even the third young master, Yu Xiong, had died because of this. This was an irreconcilable enmity. Perhaps Yen Tao knew that it was unrealistic to rely on Wu Yong to deal with Yang Qindong, or perhaps he was optimistic about Yu Shiyue's position and wanted to climb up. In short, he told him everything about Wu Yong. He even made another decision. Even if Minister Yu did not want to deal with Yang Qindong, he could also kill Wu Yong and send his head to Minister Yu. This could be considered a merit. However, how could Yu Shiyue not see that there was a death feud between him and Yang Qindong? Because his grandson, who was the third in line, had been executed, many officials in the Ministry of Justice looked at him differently now. There was also the newly promoted left assistant minister, Su Yozhen, who took advantage of this to gain a lot of power. The Ministry of Justice was no longer in the era where he had the final say. All of this was because of Yang Qindong. If this person died, he would still be put in an important position because of the emperor's favor, and the Yu family would be able to regain its former glory. He understood this in his heart, but how could he kill Yang Qindong? Could he kill him? What would the situation be if he killed him? These were all things that Yu Shiyue had to think about. Just like Yang Qindong, he naturally had the ability to kill any important minister, but why didn't he do so? It was because he had a lot of scruples. The safety of the important ministers was not guaranteed. Once it became a situation where everyone was in danger, these people might join hands to deal with him. Chapter 323. After all, officialdom had its own rules. You could use open schemes, or even framing and framing. However, you couldn't directly go up to someone's door. That would only show that you were rude and had no standards. More importantly, this kind of straightforward method was not what scholars liked. It would be looked down upon by everyone, and everyone would be on guard against it. If that happened, it would be difficult to develop any further. When the opportunity was right, everyone would be in danger, and it was not impossible for them to gang up on him. However, was Yang Qindong a scholar? He wrote a good poem and was very talented in music. He was a scholar at a young age and was conferred the title of High Scholar by the Daizong Emperor. He even opened his own school and was a descendant of one of the three Yangs. It seemed that no matter his background or experience, he could be considered a member of the literati. However, his actions of leading troops to war and flourishing business were different from other literati. Therefore, it was really a matter of opinion whether he was a literati or not. If Yang Qindong was not a scholar, then there was a chance to kill 100 people. It was a way to solve the problem. Yan Tao's arrival made Yu Shiyue's heart move. However, the other party was only a small official, so he left the matter to his eldest grandson, Yu Yuanbi. Firstly, it could be used to train him. Secondly, if something really happened, he could hide behind him and help clean up the mess. In the end, although Yang Qindong had the title of duke, he was still too young. Offering potatoes to start his career could be attributed to luck. Saving Yingzong and retreating from the Walla was also the work of the mercenaries. What really happened to Yang Qindong didn't seem to be anything special. Yu Yuanbi naturally saw hope when Yu Shiyue let go of the matter. Compared to his grandfather's indifference, he quickly became familiar with Yan Tao and thought of several plans to assassinate Yang Qindong. However, no one expected that Yang Qindong would suddenly enter the city because of Li Qing. This sudden change also caught Yu Yuanbi off guard. After meeting up with Yan Tao, the two of them thought that the opportunity had come. They immediately notified Wu Yong to make preparations. Yu Yuanbi, on the other hand, went to the embroidered uniform guards and found an expert who was close to him. If things didn't go well, he would be the backup attack. However, no one knew that because he wanted to make things perfect, he gave himself away. Coincidentally, when Yu Yuanbi was mobilizing his troops, he was discovered by Tang Tong, who was sleeping in his room. He vaguely heard his colleagues say that young Master Yu invited him to the south of the city. Tang Tong, who was still in a daze, jumped up. The relationship between the Duke of Loyalty and the Minister of the Ministry of Justice was not good. Everyone in the court knew that there was a great enmity between them. Even some of the people below had heard some rumors. As a member of the embroidered uniform guard, Tang Tong's master. Not only that, his life was saved by Yang Qindong, so he naturally paid more attention to his benefactor's matters. When Tang Tong heard the news, he got up, put on his clothes, and went straight to a tea house outside the embroidered uniform guard's residence. He knew that the owner of the tea house was a spy under the Duke of Loyalty. Thus, after Yang Qindong left the Yongding Gate, people from the security bureau caught up with him and gave him information. After getting the information in advance, Tiger's Man and Beta Persei advised him to stop and wait until he returned to the city to transfer Commander Ting Shan's Ling Feng and the security bureau's Wolf Fang action team before returning to the Yang village. However, all of this was rejected by Yang Qindong. In his words, it was a blessing, not a curse. Not to mention, they had already gotten the information in advance. They only needed to prepare more and there would be nothing to worry about. Since they wanted to deal with him, he naturally had to fight back. In order to prevent others from making irresponsible remarks, he needed irrefutable evidence. Thus, there was the scene in front of him, where Yang Qindong, Yu Yuanbi, and Wu Yong met. At this moment, Yang Qindong, who was surrounded from two sides, didn't seem to be in a good situation. Especially when Yu Yuanbi smiled and waved his hand, the 50 elite cavalrymen he brought all took out exquisite military bows and crossbows. It almost sealed the opponent's victory. Military bows and crossbows not only had a long range, but were also relatively accurate. The cost of such things wasn't low, and often only the most elite troops were equipped with them. But now, they actually appeared behind Yu Yuanbi. When Yang Qindong saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. What a powerful method. I don't think you have this ability. It must be your grandfather who helped you. After all, to be able to take out such a good bow and crossbow, the average Ministry of War official's ability would be insufficient. Only those above the 4th rank could barely do it. Ha, you don't have to worry about that, Duke of Loyalty and Courage. Yu Yuanbi laughed proudly. I've long heard that Duke of Loyalty and Courage can kill people with a wave of your finger and repel the Walla army with a wave of your hand. But I don't know how you're going to solve such a small situation today. Or can you still wave your hand and conquer the world? Oh. Are you interested in this matter? Yang Qindong's voice came out in time. The tension on his face eased a lot, and he looked at Yu Yuanbi with interest. Originally, Yu Yuanbi wanted to use this opportunity to ridicule Yang Qindong. It had been proven that those things were done by the mercenaries in private. He just waved his hand. How could there be any sorcery? Who would die with a wave of his hand? Yu Yuanbi wanted to ridicule him, but now Yang Qindong actually accepted it. It seemed that he still wanted to show off. This made Yu Yuanbi have a bad feeling in his heart. But soon he shook his head and threw the uneasiness in his heart to the back of his mind. This operation was so sudden that even he didn't prepare in advance. How could Yang Qindong know about it? He must be saying this to scare him. Yes, to scare him. As if seeing through Yang Qindong's plot, Yu Yuanbi laughed. What a duke of loyalty and courage. Are you still thinking of stalling for time at this time? Come on, get ready. Yu Yuanbi should have been afraid, but Yang Qindong's expression was too calm, giving Yu Yuanbi an extremely bad feeling. He wanted to get this matter over with as soon as possible. Following his shout, Wu Yong and the other mercenaries also raised the weapons in their hands. The mercenaries who had been frightened by the gunshots a moment ago were reinvigorated by Yu Yuanbi's arrival and those exquisite crossbows. They might not have been able to face difficulties head-on, but they had no problem beating down a drowning dog. Eche, why don't you believe me? Seeing that Yu Yuanbi was about to lose control and make a move, Yang Qindong shook his head slightly and casually extended a finger. If Hu Yan and the others were here, they would have definitely noticed that this gesture was very similar to the one he had used to point at the traitor eunuch Shi Ning on the walls of the capital. It was also this finger that caused Yu Yuanbi, who was still riding on his horse, to feel pain all over his body. He fell off his horse with a plop. Yu Yuanbi fell off his horse with a casual finger strike. At this moment, the other black-clothed men were all stunned on the spot. Not only them, but even their allies, Wu Yong and the others, who were standing on the opposite side, also widened their eyes in disbelief. Some of the mercenaries might have heard too many stories, and they even thought that this was the one young finger of the Loyal and Courage Guild. Why did a single finger have the effect of killing people from a distance? They were all stunned, but Yang Qindong was not stunned. Beta Persei and his 15 subordinates were also not stunned. Attack! A roar came from his mouth, and then the loaded bullets flew toward the 50 men in black. The sudden sound of gunfire and Yu Yuanbi falling off his horse caused the entire cavalry to fall into chaos. Most of them were shot down from their horses by the first wave of gunfire. Only a very small number of people fired their crossbows at the surroundings of the carriage, but they also lost their aim from far away. After the first wave of crossbow fire, a few of the men in black turned around and ran. But when he turned around, he discovered that there was another group of horses behind him. Although there weren't many of them, the leader was none other than Hu Mang. They held a black Type 95 submachine gun in their hands and attacked head-on. No matter how powerful a cold weapon was, when faced with a hot weapon from a distance, the advantage would be lost. The so-called experts in TV shows and movies could soar into the air and dodge bullets, but that was pure nonsense. Such a thing might happen, but it was usually because the shooter's marksmanship was not good enough. But those who could follow Yang Qindong were all elites of the cold front. To be able to become a qualified cold vanguard, which one of them hadn't been fed countless bullets to become one? The munitions factory in Crimson City could already produce enough bullets. If they could not reach the level of a sharpshooter, then they did not have the right to call themselves Cold Front. With the appearance of Tiger Main and the first guard Captain Chiu V, it was destined that none of the men in black would be able to escape. Yang Qindong and the others gave up on the battlefield and turned to look at Wu Yong and the others. The moment the gunshots rang out, Wu Yong and the others were already scared out of their wits. If Yang Qindong was the only one with a gun, they could still fight. After all, firearms were not things that could be fired forever, and needed to be reloaded. This was their chance to charge and attack. But when they saw that it was not only Yang Qindong, but the other brothers also raised their guns and fired, and spat out red flames, the last bit of hope in their hearts disappeared. Everyone wanted to escape and leave this place. They did not want to be enemies with these unknown firearms in the future. Chapter 324. the mercenaries decisively turned around and left. Wu Yong knew that something big was about to happen. Even if he stayed behind to charge, he would only be risking his life. With a trace of reluctance in his heart, he turned around and followed everyone into the dense forest on both sides. Puff puff puff. Sniper rifles with silencers began to fire, and the ghost sniper was fired. During the quarter of an hour when Yang Qindong and Wu Yong confronted each other, they received orders and completed the hidden mission of preparing to attack. Now it was time for them to kill in all directions. Not only was there the ghost sniper team, but this time, even the Wolf Fang action team temporarily stationed in the security bureau had been waiting in the dense forest for a long time. They were waiting for these self-proclaimed mercenaries to barge in and give them a head-on blow. This was the strongest force that Yang Qindong could transfer in a short period of time. Perhaps it would not be easy to leave the scores of more than 100 people behind, but at least he could kill most of them and let them make a name for himself. Endless slaughter unfolded in the forest. Every gunshot could mean the loss of a life, every scream could mean the end of a life. Yang Qindong did not look at the forest. He got off the carriage and under the protection of Beta Persei and the others, he strode to Yu Yuanbi, who was lying on the ground with a gunshot in his leg. Save me, save me. Yu Yuanbi, who was still arrogant just now, was now pale. It was caused by excessive blood loss and excessive shock. Don't worry, you won't die, at least not yet. Yang Qindong said coldly. He squatted down and then touched the muzzle of the gun in his leg with his right hand. It looked like he was checking the injury, but when he was about to touch the wound, he used more strength. Ah! Under the force, Yu Yuanbi could not help but howl, pain, pain. Now that you know how painful it is, tell me. Who else wants to murder me other than you? Does your grandfather know? Yang Qindong wanted to get the evidence as soon as possible, and he also wanted to keep an eye on the people involved. Since they wanted to assassinate him, they had to be prepared for a backlash. Yu Yuanbi's face was dripping with sweat, and his facial features were scrunched together. However, he also knew that he could not betray his grandfather. Otherwise, there would be no hope at all. But looking at Yang Qindong's face, if he didn't say something, it would be impossible for him to pass. So he suppressed the pain and said, "And Chief Constable Yen Tao, he informed me that the remaining members of the Blackwater gang wanted to harm you, so I wanted to avenge my third brother." Yen Tao, catch him. Finally, Yang Qindong heard some useful information. Only then did he loosen his grip that was like a vice. Just as he finished speaking, a member of the Cold Vanguard team, who was in charge of delivering the news, rode towards the city. In the dense forest, the originally quiet scene was no longer there, and it was replaced by the smell of blood. Just as Yang Qindong had expected, under their hasty preparations, they did not manage to take down all of the forest men. About a dozen of them managed to escape. Among them, the leader, Wu Yong, and Li Zixing, the Dragon Hand, managed to escape amidst the chaos. On the other hand, Silver Spear Song Gang and the others were killed by Leng Feng in the forest. The noisy official road quickly regained its tranquility. Tiger's Mane and the others even got some water to do a simple cleaning. From afar, it looked as if nothing had happened. But in reality, a dark cloud was looming over the capital. Yen Tao was on duty today. But even so, he was distracted. Even when some of his subordinates came to report on their work, he did not know what they said. Finally, it was time for dinner, and he could finally take a break. He changed into an ordinary cloth robe and walked out of the Ministry of Justice's yamen. Just as he left the street and was about to go to the Yu residence to ask for clarification, his intuition told him that he was being followed. As one of the 4 chief detectives of the Ministry of Justice, Yen Tao's thoughts were extremely meticulous. He was also a martial arts expert and had done this kind of work countless times. Now that someone was suddenly following him, how could he not notice it? Being suddenly followed was not the first time something like this had happened. He had handled countless cases, and he had offended many people. But today, on such a sensitive day, someone was following him. This seemed to have a different meaning than usual. After thinking about it for an entire day, there was still no news from Yu Yuanbi. Could it be that he had forgotten about it after his great victory? But that shouldn't be the case. If something really happened to the Duke of Loyalty, it would definitely cause a commotion in the capital. There was no reason for him not to know. Could it be that Yu Yuanbi had failed, and not only that, he had also sold him out? Yan Tao had never held much hope for the so-called young master of an aristocratic family. These people were like insects, growing up under the shadow of their family. They did not know the pain of a small figure, and they did not know the difficulties of life. It was because all they saw was wealth, stability, and even luxury. Once they were faced with a bad environment, the psychological gap would be even greater. With such a mentality, it was hard to guarantee that they would not say anything. His mind was quickly thinking about the possibilities. If that was the case, then the person who sent the person should be the Duke of Loyalty's subordinate. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart, but his footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to walk toward his original destination, the Yu Mansion. Whether the person was sent by Yang Qindong or not, this trip to the Yu Mansion had to be made. At least, he had to inquire about Yu Yuanbi's whereabouts. If he was safe at home, then he would be safe. On the other hand, if something happened to him, then the identity of the person behind him would be revealed. With this thought in mind, Yan Tao walked forward as if he hadn't noticed anything. After a few streets, he came to the side door of the Yu Mansion. There were servants guarding there. Naturally, they were already familiar with the chief of detectives and opened the door to let him in. The tail behind him stopped at this point. However, he did not leave. Instead, he continued to stare at the door, waiting for Yan Tao to come out. Then, when the sky was dark, he would naturally take action to subdue the other party when there was a suitable opportunity. In the Yu Mansion, the lights in the main hall were on. When Yan Tao arrived, he saw the gloomy face of the Minister of Justice, Yu Shiyue. "Greetings, Minister." Yan Tao entered the door and knelt on one knee. "Get up. What's the situation? Why hasn't Yuanbi returned home yet?" As soon as Yu Shiyue spoke, Yan Tao had an extremely bad feeling in his heart. Yang Village. In the basement, Yu Yuanbi was simply treated and tied to a wooden frame. Opposite him, Yang Qindong sat on a wooden chair and looked up at this person with interest. He admired this young man who had the courage to kill him, but at the same time, he wanted to scold him for his stupidity. If he was so easy to kill, the first person to do it would have been Zhu Qiyu, the acting grandmaster. How could anyone else have a chance? The wound was simply treated and the bullet was taken out. When the bullet was placed on the copper plate, a crisp tinkling sound rang out. Yu Yuanbi's entire body involuntarily trembled. This also made his divine sense seem to have sobered up a lot at this moment. "How is it? Is it very painful?" "Sigh, life is like this. There is always some pain to let a person see the truth more clearly. Just like what you did today, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I really don't know what you were thinking. Did you think that you could kill me just because you brought some light cavalry and some crossbows? People always have to pay the price for their actions. Now that you've been captured, your life is in my hands. Can you say something? Perhaps I'll even consider giving you a quick death. How about it?" Yang Qindong spoke unhurriedly, as if he was criticizing the other party. He was also amazed by the other party's actions, or perhaps he was calling him stupid. However, it wasn't until the last sentence that his true intention was revealed. However, after this sentence, one could see that Yu Yuanbi's expression had clearly become much uglier. If he said that he would give him a quick death, wouldn't that mean that he would die regardless of whether he said it or not? Of course, he didn't want to die. He had a grandfather who was a minister and was now a sixth-rank official in the imperial court. He was also young and could be said to have a bright future. How could he die? He didn't know what kind of darkness he would experience after death. Everything he had now would end and he would lose it all. At this moment, he didn't know whether it was because of fear or because it aroused his heroic spirit. He suddenly changed his weak appearance and shouted loudly, "No! You can't kill me. My grandfather won't let you go if he knows. I'm an official of the imperial court. If you kill me, you'll offend the law. Even the emperor won't tolerate it. Let me go, let me go. Otherwise, I'll flatten your young village and kill everyone in your young family." Yunb was still shouting hysterically, roaring threats several times. Yang Qindong could no longer hear all of this. After turning around and leaving the basement, he said to Yang Lu, who was guarding here, "Send someone to accompany him. There's no need to torture him. Just don't let him sleep. When he's sleepy, splash him with cold water. He'll talk." The exhaustive interrogation method had long been proven to be one of the most useful interrogation methods in later generations. However, because the process was too inhumane, it had been banned for many years. However, it was now the Great Ming Dynasty, so naturally, no one would pursue this matter. After handing over the matter to Yang Lu, Yang Qindong returned to the inner courtyard. He was greeted by his wife, Hu Yan, second Madame Qiao Yin, and seventh sister Yang Duo, who were in the village. There was a trace of kindness and anxiety in their eyes, but in the end, Hu Yan asked, "What happened?" "I saw Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei kneeling at the gate." Chapter 325. It's fine. Yang Qindong showed an extremely bright and clean smile. "It's just a small matter." They willingly accepted the punishment. "By the way, what delicious food did you make today? Ask someone to bring it out. Lu Lang will have dinner with you in a while." Knowing that Yang Qindong intended to send them away, Hu Yan and the other two girls still wanted to say something, but considering that the man had to do great things, they all obediently nodded and followed Hu Yan to the kitchen. When Qiao Yin walked past Yang Qindong, she said in a mosquito-like voice, "Don't be too harsh." Yang Qindong could not help but smile. Among the girls, only Qiao Yin had trained with him in cold front before, so she naturally knew his methods. For this reason, it was normal to have such worries. It was just that Beta Persei's performance today was really disappointing. If they had not received the news in advance and made some preparations, it was hard to say what the result would have been. Learning from the mistakes of others, there were some problems that needed to be properly discussed. At the gate in front of the inner courtyard, there were several rows of people kneeling in neat rows. This might be the benefit of strict training. Even when they were kneeling, they were so neat that no one could find any fault with it. The runners were led by Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei. Behind them were the First Guard Team's Captain Xiao Vi, the Wolf Fang Team's Captain Tai Hu, and the Ghost Sniper Team's Captain Bai Zhua. The third row was the team members under these people, the elites of Cold Front. These people were all members of Cold Front who participated in today's operation. Although time was a little short, they were prepared. However, some people still managed to escape. For this matter, without waiting for Yang Qindong to say anything, Tiger's Mane and the others took the initiative to kneel here and beg for forgiveness. When Yang Qindong walked out of the gate, Tiger's Mane and the others raised their heads, but when they saw Dong Shuai's expression, they quickly lowered their heads. Many of these people were personally taught by Yang Qindong, and some were trained according to his principles. They could all be considered as his students. As a teacher, he usually tried his best to maintain a friendly side. However, no matter what he did, due to the difference in status, there was always a gap between Yang Qindong and the rest. Perhaps this gap wasn't that big. In fact, it was very small. However, the gap still existed. No one dared to ignore this point, and no one dared to deny it. Now, Yang Qindong's expression was only slightly unpleasant, but Tiger's Mane and the others were so frightened that they lowered their heads like children who had done something wrong, waiting for the adults to punish them. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. For more than 10 breaths of time, Yang Qindong didn't say a word. A tense atmosphere unknowingly filled the space. This kind of silence was often the calm before the storm, the prelude to the arrival of the storm. You all disappoint me. Finally, after a short period of silence, Yang Qindong spoke. When he opened his mouth to speak, a wave of pressure surged into everyone's body. That kind of feeling was like being pressed down by a 10,000-kilogram rock, giving birth to a feeling of suffocation. I was wrong to wait. Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and the others bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes shortly after Yang Qindong's words, as if they had turned over a new leaf. Wrong? Are you really wrong? Alright, Beta Persei, let me ask you, where did you go wrong? Yang Qindong's voice seemed to be very casual, but the anger in his voice was getting stronger. Beta Persei, who was called out, was stunned at first. He was tall and extremely skilled. He was one of Yang Qindong's most trusted guards and was often brought along to protect him. In the Yang family system, anyone who saw him would be very respectful. However, this person also had a minor problem, which was that he didn't know how to speak. When he suddenly spoke, his voice was like thunder, which had frightened countless people. Because of this, he usually tried his best not to speak if he could. Yang Qindong asked him to say where he went wrong. This made Beta Persei very confused, but since it was the young master who asked, he certainly couldn't not answer. My mistake, clang. A kick suddenly came and kicked Beta Persei's strong body. The powerful force made him unable to stand steadily and his body tilted to the side, almost falling to the ground. When he felt that the kick was from the young master, he tried to straighten his body, and his face was a little happier than before. Corporal punishment. It was the method that Yang Qindong used to train the first batch of Ling Feng. At that time, they were still in the Yang family manor in Jianing, and it was already 2 years ago. It was also because of the corporal punishment along the way that these uncultured boorish men learned their lesson and finally grew up. He still remembered that at that time, when anyone was kicked or punched by the sixth young master, not only would they not feel pain, but they would also be very happy. This represented the sixth young master's love for them, because if he didn't even want to hit you, perhaps it represented a kind of disappointment. More than 2 years later, he was kicked by the sixth young master again. Beta Persei's eyes and heart were only filled with joy and excitement. You don't even know where you went wrong, and you keep saying that you were wrong? Have you really thought about it? After the kick, Yang Qindong's angry voice rang out. Yes, young master, I was wrong. Beta Persei didn't seem to understand the meaning of Yang Qindong's words, and continued to express his sincerity and seriousness. Yes, you were wrong. Since you don't know where you went wrong today, the young master will tell you, but please remember, this is only the first time. If you make the same mistake again, then you and all the people who made the mistake will go back to Crimson City. Haven't you always wanted to go to the battlefield? There will be many opportunities there, and it should be suitable for you. Yang Qindong's voice was still a little high-pitched before, but when he talked about going back to Crimson City, his tone was much lower. Originally, Beta Persei was a little happy, thinking that after this kick, it would prove that the young master still cared about him, valued him, and trusted him. Look, now he was even helping to point out where he went wrong, wasn't he? But when he heard that they were arranged to go back to Crimson City because of one more mistake, his expression changed drastically, and his breathing became much heavier. He suddenly raised his head. Not only Beta Persei, Tiger's Mane and the others also raised their heads, looking at Yang Qindong with fear and nervousness. Some of them wanted to go to the battlefield, wanted to gallop there, and wanted to kill the enemy to their heart's content. However, if he was chased away by the young master in order to fulfill his dream, then the meaning was completely different. When that time came, what would the other Ling Feng brothers think of them for making a mistake? If they couldn't even protect the young master, wouldn't it mean that they were incompetent? In the eyes of Ling Feng, what could be more important than protecting the young master? Everyone felt as if a heavy hammer had struck them at this moment, and their expressions became incomparably solemn. They finally felt that the young master didn't seem to be joking with them, but was serious. After thinking it through, everyone's expression became extremely serious. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and their ears pricked up at this moment, as if they were afraid of missing a single word. Report, Yang San is here. Just as the atmosphere in front of the courtyard became incomparably solemn, Yang Wu, who was in charge of the security of the periphery of Yang village, came to the door of the inner courtyard. He acted as if he didn't see Tiger's mane, Beta Persei, and the others kneeling on the ground, but his heart was beating like a drum, and he didn't know what had happened. Bring him here. Yang Qindong thought that the security bureau really needed to be taught a lesson. They didn't even get any information about this incident, and this alone made them unqualified. After getting permission, Yang Sen quickly came to the gate of the inner courtyard. When he saw Tiger's mane, Beta Persei, and the others kneeling, there was a trace of surprise on his face, but soon he also knelt on the ground, lowered his head and said, "Your subordinate is incompetent, Yen Tao escaped." Escaped? Ha, ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Yang San's appearance made Yang Qindong laugh incessantly, and the atmosphere seemed to become even more tense at this moment. Yang San came this time with the intention of being criticized, but he didn't expect Tiger's mane and Beta Persei to be kneeling there. At this moment, he naturally knelt with them and lowered his head. There was one more person in the line. No. There were two more people, and Yang Wu also knelt in the first row. Although he still didn't know what had happened, he thought that not everyone could hear the young master's lesson. The kneeling crowd seemed to have grown a little, but it was quieter than before, which made Yang Qindong's voice even more deafening at this moment. Let's talk about Beta Persei first. You're very good at fighting, aren't you? You clearly know that the people who came are all from the underworld and have learned pure martial arts since young. When you fought with them, you didn't use your killing move right away, but instead countered their moves. You fought with them for a full 30 rounds, but you didn't kill a single person. You only injured Silver Spear Song Gang. Where do you think the other comrades on the battlefield are? Is this your one-man show? Or do you think that this is a martial arts arena, where friendship comes first and competition comes second? You should know that if it weren't for the fact that the other comrades fought with all their strength and 4 of our brothers were injured, the battle line would have collapsed. At that time, even if you learned some things in the process of fighting, it was indeed equivalent to stepping on the corpses of other comrades. Do you feel guilty? Iron Tiger, as the captain of the Wolf Fang Special Forces, you didn't kill them immediately in the dense forest. Instead, you played a game of cat and mouse. In the end, more than a dozen of your opponents escaped. Let me ask you, is it fun to be a cat? Is it fun to watch your opponents have a mental breakdown? So much so that you don't even care if your opponents escape. Do you remember that the young master said that being kind to your opponents is being cruel to yourself? Do you know that in the future, because of those who escaped, it is very likely that our comrades will be harmed by them? And all of this is caused by your momentary playfulness. If you really like this kind of games so much, there are still many mice in the Yang family village. You can catch them all like a cat. Chapter 326. By Zhua, as the king of sniping, you and the entire Ghost Sniper squad are responsible for long-range attacks. It was killing people invisibly, killing people from 1,000 meters away. But what did you do? Other than killing some opponents in the first and second rounds, you actually gave up on your best spear technique and changed to bayonets to charge at the opponents just to test your close-range abilities. Not only did you escape from the opponents, but you also injured 2 of your brothers. Whose fault is this? Yang San. I've told you before that intelligence work is very important and even plays an important role in the overall situation. You are everyone's clairvoyant eyes and ears. But what did you do? Other than the loopholes in your intelligence, you even lost information about a person. Do you know how much the Security Bureau has invested in you compared to other comrades in terms of money, reputation, and other aspects? You can't get enough returns from your generous investment. If that's the case, and you still can't do a good job, then you can only be replaced. You can go back to Crimson City and join the Public Security Bureau. There seems to be a criminal police captain there, so you are suitable. There's also Tiger's Mane. According to the previous plan, after you and Xiao Vi appeared, you would charge at the enemy's rear like a gust of wind sweeping the fallen leaves. After that, you would charge at the enemy on horseback and use the advantage of your warhorse to wipe out all the enemies in one fell swoop. But what did you do? All of you stood in front of me and scared the enemies away. What's the use of standing in front of young master? To be a door god? If that's the case, Crimson City's gate will lack 2 suitable gatekeepers. You guys can fill this gap. In a short while, Yang Qindong said a lot. Almost all of the people kneeling here were mentioned. Even Yang Wu, who came later, was reprimanded. He said that recently, the cold vanguard outside Yang village had become more and more lazy. In the past, they were required to be alerted if there was an enemy within 10 miles. But now, they only noticed when the enemy was 5 miles away. Passive defense would never be as effective as taking the initiative to attack, and it would be more proactive. After a round of scolding, he pointed out some of the shortcomings that were gradually revealed. For example, arrogance, self-righteousness, disobedience, adventurous, lack of consideration for the overall situation, selfishness, disregard for the safety of their comrades, and so on. This was not a sudden thought. After living peacefully in the Yang family village for so long, everyone's spirit had indeed become lazy. They thought that they had the strongest weapon in the world and had gone through strict training, so they were truly invincible. But he really didn't know that arrogance could easily lead to death. He really didn't know that arrogance made people fall behind, and falling behind meant being beaten. Taking advantage of today's opportunity, Yang Qindong taught everyone a lesson. If the tree is not repaired, it will not be straight. If the person is not repaired, he will be valiant. No matter how strong a person was, if they were arrogant to the point of looking down on everything, then they wouldn't be far from being defeated. From today onwards, start criticizing others and yourself. Everyone was required to participate, and before they completely recognized their mistakes, their daily training sessions would be doubled, and those who did not achieve excellent results would have their meals reduced by half. For the 3rd time in a row, his results were still the worst. Thus, he left the Yang clan manor and returned to Crimson City. His original honor as the Cold Front was revoked, and he was promoted to a civil servant. The rest of the people will return to their normal training state when they recognize their own shortcomings and pass the approval of their comrades. After dropping these words coldly, Yang Qindong turned around and walked into the inner courtyard. Just as he was leaving, he waved his hand and called Tiger's man and the deputy director of the security bureau, Yang San. Criticism and self-criticism were the class meetings in the modern army. During training, even if they were busy, they had to take time out every day to have a small meeting. Often, it would be based on the class as a unit. The squad leader would first self-criticize and criticize others, then the squad leader, and so on for every soldier. This practice could make people more aware of their own shortcomings, and also better understand their comrades around them. They could constantly improve from pointing out the shortcomings, and it could also increase the friendship between comrades. It had been proven that this was a very good way to train soldiers. Yang Qindong didn't use it before because he was afraid that it would be too much of a blow to everyone's fighting spirit. But through today's matter, it was indeed necessary to do so. Even with such advanced weapons, they had still let more than 10 enemies escape. This was enough to prove that the deciding factor of victory was not the advanced weapons, but the fighting spirit and the hearts of the people. It was believed that through criticism and self-criticism, everyone would have a string in their minds that would lower the chances of them making a mistake to the lowest. They would be able to make Cold Front stronger and faster. Yang Qindong walked at the front until he reached the garden in the inner courtyard. Tiger's man and Yang San followed carefully behind him. They weren't afraid of the harsh training, nor were they afraid of the mountains of swords and seas of fire, but they were afraid of being sent back to Crimson City. For old people like them, they were the most outstanding and powerful existences in Ling Feng's eyes, and were even idols in the eyes of some people. If they were really sent back to Crimson City, then it would be a failure in life. No one would look up to them anymore, and there would be no hope for them in life. The work of the Security Bureau needs to be improved, and the people under us also need to undergo more systematic and hard training. Tiger's man also needs to be improved. As a new member, he must achieve excellent results. If he can't, then he will be sent back to Crimson City. This isn't a joke. Sometimes, one wrong step can affect everyone, and all the previous efforts will be wasted. Do you understand? When Yang Qindong's words were heard by Tiger's man and Yang San, the two of them nodded solemnly. They knew that this time, the young master was really expressing his dissatisfaction with the Security Bureau. If a similar situation were to occur in the future, their positions would probably be shifted. It was even possible that they would be sent back to Crimson City in accordance with military law. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, whether it was Tiger's man or Yang San, they both secretly made up their minds. The Security Bureau had to be changed, or it would be destroyed. The seriousness of the two could be seen from their eyes. Yang Qindong knew the principle of too much, and did not mention the issue of rectification. Instead, he asked, "Tell me, where did Yen Tao go? Where did you lose him?" When it came to serious matters, Yang San's resolute voice sounded, "Our people went to wait outside the Ministry of Justice's Yamen and saw Yen Tao go to Yushiyue's residence. After that, there was no news." Could it be that he spent the night there? Tiger's man asked with a doubtful face. After all, it was only a short period of time, so it couldn't be said that they lost him. Impossible. Because after that, the people we sent to follow him found Yen Tao. Speaking of which, the other party was too careless. He didn't know our standards of conduct and followed us in pairs. It was also because of the timely warning that Yen Tao felt that things were not going well. He didn't do anything to our people and hurriedly withdrew. When the subordinates came back to report, I was afraid that Yen Tao was going to escape, so I came to report to young master to see if we should dispatch the Wolf Fang special forces to capture this person. Yang San's tone was very respectful as he asked for instructions. After silently listening to this, Yang Qindong gently shook his head. Yen Tao was just a small fry who could not arouse his interest at all. On the other hand, Yushiyue, the Minister of Justice, had provoked him time and time again. This time, he even tried to assassinate him. If it wasn't for the effect of the chess piece called Tang Tong arranged in advance, he was afraid that he would have suffered a loss this time. And this repeated provocation was really intolerable. "Get ready, there is no need for the U residents to exist," he just said faintly, as if talking to himself. But in the ears of Tiger's mane and Yang San, they clearly knew what this meant. It might be a bit too much to say that it was pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth, but in this way, it was tantamount to starting a war with the scholar group. Yushiyue was nothing, but he was after all a second-rank official in the imperial court. If he was defeated, it was unknown whether the other officials and scholars would have the thought of a fox mourning for the death of a rabbit and a heart of hatred for a common enemy. Although Yang Qindong's power had been rapidly developing in Qiqian City, the speed was fast enough to make anyone in the know speechless. But in the capital, he had always been very careful. Sometimes he looked arrogant, but when there was really a big matter, he would be calm and avoid confrontation with the entire noble family and the landowning class group. But this time, Yang Qindong finally decided to make a move. Maybe he was annoyed by the little guy jumping up and down, maybe he was annoyed and wanted to end it once and for all, or maybe he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. In short, this time he was going to make a move. Since he decided to make a move, what would happen next seemed to be predictable. During this period of time, the Security Bureau had not been idle. They had prepared a lot of things, enough to defeat Yushiyue. But after the defeat, what kind of situation would there be, whether the so-called scholar group would fight back, to what extent, and whether they would really fight back, no one knew. But in any case, the will of the young master was the will of the entire Yang Xianu army. His order was like the imperial edict of the great Ming emperor, unimpeded in Yangxie. The wind was coming. Yen Tao changed into an extremely ordinary set of clothes and left Qing Shun in with some soft things. He had been exposed. No matter how he was found, one thing was clear, that if he did not leave, the Duke of Loyalty would not spare him. Although he was one of the chief detectives of the Ministry of Justice, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was already a superior existence, or someone who could not be provoked. But in the eyes of a big shot like Yang Qindong, he was not even a fart. Once Yang Qindong made a move, he might lose his life here before even seeing the person. This was definitely not what Yen Tao wanted. Chapter 327. He only had one choice, to leave the capital. Fortunately, the world was very large, and the Qing sect was still in the south. Even if he couldn't, he still had quite a few of his fellow disciples in the south. As someone who had once roamed the Jianghu, he naturally didn't have to worry about survival. Even so, when he thought about the career he had worked so hard for, he still felt a sense of reluctance. But when he recalled the chaotic scene in the Yu residence, his reluctance was replaced by determination. Yu Yuanbi had not returned home and had even cut off all contact with his family, causing the entire Yu residence to become tense. This was precisely what he had seen with his own eyes. Perhaps Yu Shiyue had already thought of a certain possibility. If Yen Tao didn't leave now, he probably wouldn't be able to. After looking around the room, he took in a deep breath and resolutely turned around, silently leaving the capital in the middle of the night. Back to the Yu residence. His eldest grandson, Yu Yuanbi, had not returned home for an entire afternoon. The steward had sent people to the places where the young master would normally go, but they had still found nothing. When the steward reported this matter to his master, Yu Shiyue, this old man sitting in the academy seemed to have aged a great deal in a single afternoon. Got it, the housekeeper said weakly and left the room in silence. Soon after, there was the sound of things being smashed. This noise persisted for a long time, and then the room fell silent once more. By the time Yu Shiyue walked out of the study, he was dressed in his official robes. Prepare a carriage to go to the imperial palace. Yu Shiyue came to the imperial palace in the middle of the night and requested to see the emperor. Zhu Qiyu, who had been busy with court affairs this entire time, did not immediately see him. Instead, Chief Eunuch Jining stepped forward and used the excuse that the emperor was tired and had already gone to bed to refuse. During the day, Yu Yuanbi had transferred several dozen experts from the embroidered uniform guard who were close to the Yu clan. While he might have been able to conceal it from others, he truly could not hide it from the eyes of Chief Eunuch Jining. But considering that Yu Shiyue was someone the emperor trusted, he did not stop him and instead reported the matter to acting sect master Zhu Qiyu. Beloved official Yu, what are you doing? Do you know where those people went? Zhu Qiyu was stunned. The embroidered uniform guards could be said to be the emperor's personal army, and they were directly under his jurisdiction. Someone had reached their hands into the embroidered uniform guards. Even if that person was a trusted courtier, as the emperor, he would naturally feel displeased. Jining organized her thoughts, then answered carefully, those people went outside the city, towards the south of the city. Oh. Zhu Qiyu seemed to have thought of something when she heard this. Then, she waved her hand as if she was not going to pursue the matter any further. To the side, Jining naturally wouldn't say anything. She could see that the emperor might have some feelings towards this loyal duke. She thought it would be good for someone else to knock some sense into him. The emperor didn't care, but that didn't mean Jining didn't care. As a close official of the emperor, there were many things that he needed to prepare for a rainy day. He couldn't just send people to investigate when something happened and the emperor asked him what happened, right? That kind of subject was not qualified and could not become a favored subject. Jining sent someone to wait until nightfall before news came back. The person who sent the person didn't see anything, but they smelled the scent of blood and found the scene of the murder. According to the report of an experienced spy from the East Factory, there had probably been a fierce battle and many people had died. People have died? A bloody battle? Jining formed an image in her mind. Then, she shook her head. Now, no one had come to the imperial palace to see the emperor. From the looks of it, that loyal duke should be fine. If Yang Qindong was fine, then Yu Shiyue would be the only one at a disadvantage. She had a rough idea of what had happened. That night, Yu Shiyue appeared. After knowing that his request to see the emperor was fruitless, this minister of justice, an important official of the current court, and one of the representatives of the scholar officials group, actually knelt down with a plop in front of Jining, the eunuch. Eunuch Jin, on account of my respect for you, I beg you to save my grandson. In the eyes of others, a eunuch was a hermaphrodite. Even if he had some power, it was difficult for him to enter the eyes of an important official. But now, Yu Shiyue, who usually didn't even need to kneel when seeing the emperor, was kneeling in front of Jining. At this moment, Jining felt a sense of pride and satisfaction. Look, this was the so-called scholar officials, this was the so-called orthodox scholar officials. Now, wasn't he willing to kneel in front of a eunuch? But this feeling was fleeting. Jining quickly reached out to help Yu Shiyue up. Aya, official Yu, what are you doing? This eunuch is just a eunuch, someone who serves the emperor. How can I receive such a great gift? You can. This time, my grandson has done something foolish. I'm afraid his life will be in danger. Eunuch Jin, please go find the loyal duke and ask him to release him. As for the conditions, this old man will agree. I will agree to all of them, Yu Shiyue said with tears streaming down his face. Yu Yuanbi was his most favored grandson. Now that his son had failed to live up to expectations, the Yu family would have to rely on him in the future. Nothing could happen to him. Oh, loyal duke. What happened? Jining asked, knowing full well. It's a long story. Yu Shiyue sighed deeply. Then, he told Jining about how his eldest grandson, Yu Yuanbi, had been brooding over the death of his third grandson, Yu Xiong. Then, he said, the young man is hot-blooded and has begged this old man to make trouble for the loyal duke many times. But this old man prioritized the overall situation of the imperial court and naturally did not allow it. Who knew that he would secretly take action and bring people to make trouble for the loyal duke? And he hasn't returned yet. He must be at the Yang family manor in the southern part of the city. Eunuch Jin has a lot of face, so please help me save my grandson. The Yu clan will never forget such a great favor. After saying this, Yu Shiyue was about to kneel again. Jining quickly stopped him. Lord Yu, don't be anxious. This is not a small matter. Please allow this eunuch to consider it carefully. Eunuch Jin, please help this old man. In the future, this old man will follow Eunuch Jin's lead. Seeing that Jining seemed to be hesitating, Yu Shiyue was afraid that the other party would reject him, so he immediately made a heavy promise. The promise of a second-rank official was extremely important. Even Jining had to weigh the weight of this promise. He nodded and said, all right, let this eunuch think about it carefully. It's late today. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Yang family manor and ask for him. Jining couldn't refuse the loyalty of a minister, so he finally agreed. At this point, Yu Shiyue also let out a long sigh of relief. Although he really wanted to go save his grandson now, the other party had already agreed. It wouldn't be good to rush him and make him unhappy. Yu Shiyue left in the end. At this moment, he was looking forward to the arrival of dawn more than anyone else. However, for Yu Yuanbi, he had the same feeling. Every day felt like a year. He was used to being high and mighty. Even when he ate and dressed in the manor, he had servants to wait on him. But now, he was being hung up. The fear caused his nerves to be constantly tense. In addition, he had been shot and had lost a lot of blood. It didn't take long for him to feel sleepy. Every time this happened, there would be a loud noise by his ear, or cold water would be splashed on him, preventing him from falling asleep. Under this torment, Yu Yuanbi's thoughts entered a muddle-headed state. When someone asked him about it, he blurted out a lot of things in a daze. Even he himself didn't know what he was talking about when he said those things subconsciously. That's enough. Have you written it all down? Yang Lu, who was in charge of the interrogation, looked at the member of Cold Front who cooperated with him. "I've written it all down." The member of Cold Front who passed the stenographer test put down his pen with a sense of accomplishment. Then, he looked at Yang Lu with a bright smile. He probably also knew that with what Yu Yuanbi had said, the so-called Great Ming Dynasty's Minister of Justice, Yu Shiyue, would definitely die. "Okay, let's go see the young master." Yang Lu's eyes were also filled with excitement, as if he had done something great. Not long after, a few figures quietly left Yang village. Not long after, the information they carried was sent to the security bureau in the capital. Then, it was distributed to the residences of several important officials in the imperial court. Who residence? There was no court session today. Hu Ming woke up very early. Perhaps it was because he was old and didn't sleep as much, or perhaps it was because he felt that something was going to happen. Hu Ming didn't know what exactly happened yesterday, but his son was one of the officials of the embroidered uniform guard. Naturally, he knew a little about the embroidered uniform guard and the East Military Depot moving people out of the city. Moreover, based on his many years of experience, he believed that this matter had something to do with his grandson-in-law. Hu Ming didn't know how to evaluate Yang Qindong. He was young, talented, knowledgeable in military affairs and business. He had relied on himself to win the title of duke before the age of 20. Even when the Great Ming was founded, no one had been able to do such a thing. Just from these aspects alone, this grandson-in-law was very satisfactory. With this sort of in-law, the Hu clan would have no worries for at least several decades. Moreover, from the information he had gathered from various sources, his relationship with his granddaughter Yena was extremely good. The husband and wife respected each other and loved each other very much. It was impossible to find any fault with this. This sort of grandson-in-law could be said to be 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000. It was precisely because he was too young that he showed off his ability. Because of his great achievements, he had earned the emperor's suspicion, and he had repeatedly offended others in the imperial court, becoming the target of public criticism several times. At first, Hu Xiao thought that Yang Qindong had done this on purpose. He didn't want to have a good relationship with the important officials in the imperial court so that he could tell Daizong Zhu Qiyu that he didn't have the intention of starting a faction, and that he didn't want to form a small faction. You can rest assured. With this thought, Hu Ming was greatly relieved, believing that this was the result of him becoming an official. His many years of experience in the imperial court told him that imperial favor was vast and mighty, but imperial favor could also make a person fall from heaven to hell. Chapter 328. As time passed, this impression slowly changed, and Hu Xiao began to have more thoughts. This grandson-in-law did not make friends with important officials not because he wanted to clear his name, nor was it to show off to others. It seemed that he truly did not want to make friends with them, and even seemed to look down on these important officials. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Hu Xiao was given a fright. He had seen many arrogant people, and there were countless people who thought they were talented when they were young. Because they were too smart, they always looked down on others. Such people were lonely. However, this kind of thinking was not desirable, because reality would tell them that if they did not work together and rely on others, they would never be able to do anything. However, in Yang Qindong's eyes, this was not the case. He was an expert who could do things without relying on others. For example, the establishment of the immortal abode and heavens beyond heaven did not rely on other factions. Yang Bao's establishment was even before he had made a name for himself. Later on, the Yang family bank became a hot topic, and its influence spread far and wide without anyone's help. Even Hu Xiao, an elder who was related to him by blood, did not even ask for help. Yet, he had done these things. Not only that, he had done so well. Even though he had been suppressed a while ago, he had managed to survive without any major chaos. He was an oddity among oddities, yet he could do everything well. Even if Hu Xiao wanted to find fault with him, or even lecture him as an elder, he could not find a suitable reason. This made Hu Shao feel vexed. Perhaps it was because he had seen too many beneficial things in his life. Back when Yang Qindong wanted to marry his granddaughter, he had thought that Yang Qindong wanted to borrow his power. At the time, it was not just him. Many people thought this way as well. Yang Qindong wanted to borrow his power, so how could Hu Shao not think the same? If the Hu clan wanted to develop, if they wanted to have good fortune, and if they wanted to continue, they also needed a strong alliance. In addition, his granddaughter, Hu Yan, was also very fond of this marriage, so he had agreed after deep thought. For this reason, Hu knew how many people in the capital envied him. However, all of this changed on the day of their wedding. On the same day, Yang Qindong not only married Hu Yan, but also took in 3 concubines. Even though he had said that he had discussed this matter with the Hu clan, only Hu Shao knew that he had been completely unaware of this matter from beginning to end. This was tantamount to slapping his old face, but he couldn't say anything about it. He couldn't tell others that he didn't know anything. If he did, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? He suppressed the anger in his heart, thinking that in the future, when Yang Qindong came to ask him for help, he must give him a good beating. He had waited for such an opportunity for a long time, but Yang Qindong had never once asked him for it. On the contrary, they would send a lot of priceless gifts during festivals. Because of this, the Hu clan became even more prosperous. Some of the younger generation and side branches in the bureaucracy naturally benefited from this. They no longer needed to rack their brains and rely on their positions and power to do things they didn't want to do. On the contrary, this allowed them to establish themselves more upright and flourish in the bureaucracy. Normally, an official clan would have the support of a large financial group behind them. However, there was no one like Yang Qindong, who only gave and didn't ask for anything in return. As a result, the Hu clan could do things more openly. Even if an enemy wanted to make trouble for them, it would be difficult for them to find a reason. Because of their selflessness, many of the Hu clan's officials were more upright. With just a little bit of effort, it wasn't difficult for them to rise up the ranks. The eldest son, Hu Changning, had also been promoted because of Yang Qindong, and now, he had even caught the emperor's eye. All of this was because of Yang Qindong's help. Over time, the Hu clan no longer treated Yang Qindong as a junior who relied on the shade of a large tree. Instead, they viewed him as a colossus on the same level as them. Changes were constantly occurring, and Hu Shao began to place more of his attention on this matter. Giving without receiving anything in return would always make people feel uneasy, and this made them even more concerned. Naturally, the imperial court would protect Yang Qindong's interests. This was the only thing Hu Shao could do. It could be considered a return for what he had received. When yesterday's incident came out, and it happened in the southern part of the city, Hu Shao couldn't help but wonder if it had something to do with his grandson-in-law. If it had something to do with him, why hadn't there been any news yet? Could it be a small matter? But since the embroidered uniform guards had made a move first, and the Eastern Palace guards had made a move later, how could it be a small matter? Hu Shao, who hadn't slept well the entire night, was puzzled. Finally, he heard footsteps behind him. Ning, why don't you sleep a little longer? Hearing the footsteps, he knew that his eldest son, Hu Changning, had arrived. Hu Shao slowly turned his head, and a kind expression appeared on his face. Father, there's news. Hu Changning didn't answer. In reality, he had been awakened by a sudden incident. When the city gates opened in the morning, the security bureau had brought over a set of documents. He hadn't woken up yet, but when he saw the documents and records in his hands, all his sleepiness disappeared, and he hurried over to find his father. Hu Zhao's expression didn't change, but his hand had already reached out, indicating that he valued this matter. As the documents fell into his hands, he slowly read them. Finally, his expression changed. Sensing that his father was digesting the contents of the documents, Hu Changning carefully said, "The person who came is Qindong's trusted aide. He also sent over a handwritten letter. Give it to me." Just as he was thinking about the importance of this matter, Hu Shao didn't hold back when his son said this. He reached out again, and a letter was unfolded in front of him. Hu Xiangning read the letter word by word. After a while, he closed the letter and slowly closed his eyes. The documents recorded evidence of the crimes of the Minister of Justice, Yu Shiyue. Attached were some questions that his eldest grandson, Yu Yuanbi, had personally explained. Yu Yuanbi was Yu Shiyue's successor, and because of this identity, he was usually involved in many core and confidential matters. One of them was only known to his own family. Yu Shiyue had secretly sent someone to contact Zhu Qizhen of the Ying sect, who was in the south. The general idea was that once something happened to the Dai sect, he would seek refuge there. This idea of having a foot in two boats wasn't wrong. In fact, it was the right choice in troubled times. However, the problem was that some things could be done, but others couldn't know about it. Once others found out, those who wholeheartedly wanted to serve two masters would often end up empty-handed, or even lose their heads. As a ruler, he could tolerate the selfishness of his subjects and seek benefits for himself. However, this kind of behavior that didn't completely submit to him was absolutely intolerable. When Hu Shao saw this, he knew that Yu Shiyue wouldn't be able to get past this obstacle. The result of touching the dragon's reverse scale was obvious. Hu Shao didn't speak for a long time. Hu Changning, who was beside him, carefully asked, "Father, this is the minister of the imperial court. Why is Qindong forcing him to his death?" Hu Changning hadn't seen Yang Qindong's private letter before, so he naturally didn't know the reason. His thoughts were still stuck on the idea that since they were all important officials in the imperial court, it would be better to cover up for each other and find a good relationship. Beating someone to death like this would only make others wary of you and alienate you. This wasn't what a wise person would do. When Hu Shao heard the question, he let out a long sigh and said, "Go take a look for yourself. Your son-in-law wants to go south to take a look. He's killing the chicken to warn the monkey before he leaves, reminding everyone." No, it should be said that he's directly killing the monkey. In the morning at Yang village, an unexpected guest arrived. The head eunuch, the official most trusted by the emperor, the head eunuch and head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Jining, had arrived. Yang Qindong naturally knew why Jining had come so early in the morning. After meeting Jining in the side hall, without waiting for him to speak, the documents that had been sent to Hu Zhao's residence were placed on the table. When Jining picked them up one by one and read through them, especially when it was written that Yu Shiyue had privately contacted Zhu Qizhen and expressed his loyalty. It was also written that the correspondence was in a secret room in Yu Shiyue's study. Jin Ying's face burned with anger. Originally, he had come with the intention of interceding on Yu Shiyue's behalf. Everyone was in the imperial court and would see each other frequently, so it was good for everyone. Most importantly, he had the loyalty of a minister. With his position at the emperor's side, he would play a crucial role. But now, he didn't dare to say anything, much less ask for mercy. Being at Zhu Qiyu's side, Jining naturally knew what the emperor liked and disliked. Yu Shiyue's two-mindedness was already intolerable to Dai Zong. In other words, Yu Shiyue had been abandoned from this moment on. Next would be the extermination of his family. At this moment, interceding on Jin Ying's behalf was an unwise act. Jining was so smart. Why would he speak up? This Yu Shiyue is really hateful. Duke of loyalty and courage, don't worry. With these things, I will immediately send people to search Yu Manor. I will definitely punish him severely. He gritted his teeth and looked angry. At this moment, Jin Ying's performance was perfect. Those who didn't know would never have thought that he was still thinking about offending Yu Shiyue when he came. Jin Ying's attitude was completely within Yang Qindong's expectations. Then let's report this to the emperor and handle it. With just one sentence, Yang Qindong also expressed his thoughts. He would not suppress this matter. Even if Jining wanted to cover up for Yu Shiyue, he would announce everything to the public. At that time, it would only implicate even more people who spoke up for the Yu family. After knowing Yang Qindong's attitude, Jining understood that there was no turning back. However, he was even more curious. With these things in his hands, if it were him, he would have many options. For example, he could threaten Yu Shiyue and then use him for his own purposes. But why did Yang Qindong insist on making the matter public and putting Yu Shiyue to death? Chapter 329. Did he not know that this would easily cause the other officials to panic? After all, who hadn't done something wrong before? If that was the case, it would arouse everyone's vigilance and even cause them to band together in opposition. Wouldn't that mean that their future path would become narrower and narrower? Jining had far too many questions. Fortunately, Yang Qindong spread out his words and gave an explanation that made the other party feel a sense of sudden realization. Eunuch Jin, my deceased father's birthday is approaching. Last year was supposed to be the 10th anniversary of his death, but the Walla army truly was present, so we were unable to leave. Fortunately, the situation of the country has stabilized, and this duke has received His Majesty's great favor and has been granted the title of loyal and courageous, but in reality, I have been granted a fief of Jining residence. Thinking about it, it's been so long since I've brought Madam to see it, so it's best to end this matter together, Yang Qindong said in a rather sorrowful tone, his eyes seeming to be reminiscing about something. Speaking of which, Jining also knew Yang Rong. Strictly speaking, they had spent a long time in the same court. And now that Yang Qindong was speaking of filial piety, Jining had nothing to say. Yes, filial piety is the foundation of a person, but which madam will the Duke of Loyal and Courageous be bringing with you? Of course, the official wife. Yang Qindong said matter-of-factly, and then he added, that's right, there's also third madam, Lady Shui. She's always yearned for the atmosphere of the south, so this duke promised her long ago that she would come with us. Without waiting for Jining to say anything, Yang Qindong continued, of course, this duke's roots are still in the capital. This is my business, and second madam and fourth madam will remain behind to manage it. When the time comes, I ask that eunuch Jin take care of it. This duke will be endlessly grateful. Jin Ying's expression had already become extremely nervous, but when he heard the last part, he clearly relaxed. And seeing Yang Qindong so courteous, he cupped his fist and replied, Duke of Loyal and Courageous, please be at ease. But if there's anything you need, you can order someone to come find this duke. I will do my best. Many thanks, Yang Qindong cupped his fist in thanks, and the two seemed to have a very pleasant conversation. About an hour later, Jining left Yangjia village. What was different from when he came was that there were a few more banknotes in his bosom, totaling up to 200,000 taels. Come to think of it, almost every time Jining came to Yang Qindong, as long as she wasn't looking for trouble, she would receive many benefits. Moreover, she would receive many benefits. From this, it could be seen that Yang Qindong knew how to conduct himself. The carriages left the Yang Qindong manor. Jining, who was in the carriage, slowly closed her eyes. Her mind was filled with what Yang Qindong had just said. Now that she had a clear understanding of what had happened, Jining didn't know how to describe Yu Shiyue's actions. After thinking about it for a long time, he could only think of one word, and that was overestimating himself. Just because he had lost a round in the previous battle, he had been brooding over it. Now that he finally had the chance, he wanted to kill the other party. If things weren't done beautifully, and you weren't prepared enough, and the worst thing was that what you were doing wasn't clean, what kind of ending would happen to you was already destined. This was why Yang Qindong had angrily attacked. But now, it seemed that this person had a sense of propriety. Not only had he targeted Yu Shiyue, he had also produced ample evidence. At the same time, he had stated that he would be leaving the capital for a period of time. This was clearly to alleviate the pressure and influence of this matter on the officials. At the very least, Jining was in favor of Yang Qindong leaving for a period of time. At this time, the army was being mobilized and the imperial power was being tightened. With Yang Qindong around, it gave people a sense of awe. And without him, many things would go much more smoothly. Moreover, the Duke of Loyalty and Courage had said that this would be his base. When he left, he would only take the first madam and third madam, leaving the second madam and fourth madam behind as hostages. In this way, there was no need to worry that he would do anything to harm Baiming. With this thought in mind, Jin Ying's complexion improved, and her lips naturally curved into a smile. In the imperial palace of the capital, although there was no court session today, the temporary emperor was still extremely busy. Many memorials awaited his approval, and many important matters of state and military required his final decision. Perhaps this was the emperor's mission. He was destined to toil for the rest of his life. However, even if that was the case, many people only saw the scene of him grasping great power and controlling life and death in his hands. They did not see how much he had paid for it and how much happiness he should have given up in his life. In Celestial Worship Palace, Zhu Qiyu was burying his head in a small mountain of memorials, his face occasionally calm and occasionally tinged with anger. There were quite a few minor eunuchs in the hall. They carefully stood there, their bodies slightly bowed as if they were ready to receive orders at any time. But they truly did not dare to make the slightest noise, as if they were afraid of alarming the emperor and incurring the wrath of the dragon. Then, footsteps came from outside the hall. When all the eunuchs' expressions became more respectful, Zhu Qiyu, who was immersed in his work, slowly raised his head. After a casual glance, he continued to read the memorials in his hands. He said, "Official Jin has returned. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor." As usual, after Jining knelt and paid her respects, she stood up and carefully walked to the front. She walked to Zhu Qiyu's side and said softly, "Your Majesty, there has been a change in the situation." Zhu Qiyu seemed to have heard her, but also seemed not to have heard her. At least, he did not do anything out of the ordinary. But Jining, who was used to serving him, knew that Zhu Qiyu had completely listened. She continued in a small voice, "Your Majesty, Yu Shiyue is suspected of treason." As if suddenly awakened, Zhu Qiyu abruptly turned his head. He glared fiercely at Jining and said, "Qing, say that again." Jining knelt on the ground with a thump. As if she was frightened, she continued, "Your Majesty, Yu Shiyue has secretly contacted Zhu Qizhen of the Ying sect. He has the intention to submit." Bastard! When he heard Zhu Qizhen's name, Zhu Qiyu's expression was clearly furious. But no one knew whether he was scolding Jining or Yu Shiyue. Because of Zhu Qiyu's anger, the temperature in Fengtian Hall seemed to have dropped. The other eunuchs bowed even lower. At this moment, it was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After about 3 or 4 breaths, Zhu Qiyu seemed to have adjusted his state of mind. His voice was no longer as frightening as before. Perhaps he had slowly begun to digest this news. "We have treated Yu Qing well. How could he do such a thing? Do you have sufficient evidence for this? This subject has just returned from Yang village. Everything was told by the Duke of Loyalty and Courage. I heard it from Yu Shiyue's eldest grandson, Yu Yuanbi. It should not be false. But after all, this involves the position of minister." This subject did not dare to make any rash comments and did not send anyone to obtain evidence. "Send someone to get it. We want to see the evidence. We want to see the evidence." Zhu Qiyu's voice grew louder and louder as if his anger was rising. "Yes, this subject will send someone to do so. Your Majesty must take care of your health." Seeing that Zhu Qiyu was in a fit of rage, Jining knew that no matter what he said now, the other party would not believe him. He spoke as he retreated. He was not afraid. He just wanted to give the emperor time and space to digest this news. The emperor was also a person. He also had emotions. The so-called, not showing his emotions, usually referred to in front of outsiders, such as eunuchs. Usually, Zhu Qiyu would not fake it. Jining was well aware of this. That was why he retreated to give the emperor time to adjust. Of course, he also needed to obtain the evidence. Yu Manor. A night had passed. They had sent out all the men they could, but there were still no clues. At this time, as the master of the manor, the current Minister of Justice, Yu Shiyue, did not dare to have any expectations. He could only place everything on Qing. He hoped that this chief eunuch still had some face and could get Zhang Sun Yuanbi back from the hands of the Duke of Loyalty. As for what kind of price he would have to pay, he was already prepared to be bitten. The entire manor became gloomy because of Yu Shiyue's mood. The servants walked carefully, as if they were afraid of doing something wrong and being caught in the crossfire. Many things could happen just because you did not want them to. Just like the Yu residents at this moment, although everyone was already very careful, what happened next still caught them off guard. A large number of embroidered uniform guards with embroidered spring sabers suddenly appeared. They quickly rushed into the residence and blocked the main passages in the courtyard. What's going on? What's going on? Yu Shiyue, who was sitting in the study waiting for Qing to send him news, felt the chaos outside. He stood up and looked outside with a nervous and confused expression. Old Master. The embroidered uniform guards are here. They surrounded this place and said they want to search the house. After the chief eunuch pushed open the door to the study without permission, he stumbled and spoke in an unclear voice. Get out of my way. Before the chief eunuch could explain the situation clearly, the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Ji Guang, who was dressed in a flying fish robe, followed behind him. When he saw that the chief eunuch still wanted to say something, he raised his leg and kicked him to the ground. How dare you, Ji Guang? What are you doing? Don't think that just because you're from the embroidered uniform guards, I can't punish you. I'm going to report this to the emperor. Seeing her servant being beaten in front of her, how could Yu Shiyue, who had always been pampered and held a high position, tolerate it? She raised her voice and reprimanded loudly, as if she wanted to put a lot of pressure on the other party. Chapter 330. Yu Shiyue was the Minister of Justice. With the abolition of the cabinet, the Minister of Justice could answer directly to the emperor. He was the highest-ranking official. In addition, he was promoted by the substitute emperor, Zhu Qiyu, and was deeply trusted. He also had a good relationship with the other ministers. Even Qing was considered one of his own. With such an environment, such popularity, and such a network of connections, it was no wonder that Yu Shiyue still dared to question the embroidered uniform guards loudly with an expression of condemnation. However, Yu Shiyue was too agitated. He didn't think about it. Without orders from above, how could the brocade guard dare to make a move on an important official like him? Since they were here, they must have been on the emperor's orders. Ji Guang looked at Yu Shiyue, who was jumping up and down, as if he was looking at a clown. He shook his head disdainfully. Lord Yu, this official only knows that I'm here to investigate under orders. Please cooperate. As for whether you want to lodge a complaint or not, it's up to you. Men, search. As his voice fell, he waved his hand, and several embroidered uniform guards behind him rushed into the study like wolves and tigers. Then, according to the information they had received, they quickly found the secret door. The mechanism moved, and a secret compartment appeared. A few well-preserved letters were displayed in front of everyone. These letters were evidence of Yu Shiyue's private contact with Zhu Qizhen of Qing sect. Logically speaking, they should be destroyed. However, Yu Shiyue wanted to keep a copy. If there was a day when he had no way out and went to the south, at least it would be a testimony that he had been considered a member of Qing sect for a long time. This evidence could have given him another life of glory and wealth. At this moment, it had become the driving force for him to go to hell. Therefore, when he saw these letters appear and was about to be taken by the brocade guard, he went crazy. He rushed forward like a madman, wanting to snatch them back and destroy them. Ji Guang, who had long been prepared for this move, simply grabbed his shoulder with his large hand and said in a joking tone, Lord Yu, what are you trying to do? Could it be that you really have something to hide? Ah! Yu Shiyue knew that it was impossible for him to take it by force when he felt the large hand holding him down like an iron clamp. Immediately, he changed into another face and said to Ji Guang, Lord Ji, I'll return it to you. I'll give you whatever you want. I can give you all of my property. It's priceless. How about it? At this moment, Yu Shiyue seemed to want to bribe Ji Guang. From the looks of it, this was the only way to go. Otherwise, once these letters were sent to Dai Zong, it was easy to imagine what would happen to them. Who wouldn't be tempted by such priceless wealth? If it was a private investigation, there might be some unforeseen circumstances. But this time, there were so many embroidered uniform guards, and they were acting under the emperor's orders. How could Ji Guang dare to make any mistakes? Looking at Yu Shiyue, who was begging for mercy, he shook his head coldly. Lord Yu, if you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Hey, someone come. Take Lord Yu away and keep an eye on him. Don't let him commit suicide. Yes. A few tall and sturdy embroidered uniform guards walked over and wrapped Yu Shiyue up. Immediately, the entire Yu residence fell into a state of chaos. The movements in the Yu residence naturally couldn't be hidden from the other officials. In line with the idea that the fox grieves for the rabbit's death, and in line with the principle that without the lips, the teeth would feel cold, Governor Shi Heng, Minister of War Yi Ming, Minister of Revenue Jin Lian, Minister of Works Shi Pu, and the other officials hurried to the palace. Although they didn't know what exactly happened, they more or less guessed that it had something to do with the Duke of Loyalty. They couldn't understand why the emperor would help others deal with them. Thus, they all thought about what to say when they saw the emperor and how to dissuade him from doing something that would hurt those close to him and make his enemies happy. The group of officials quickly arrived outside the throne room, but they weren't immediately received by the emperor. Instead, when they stood outside the room, they could hear the angry roars coming from inside the room. At this moment, the expressions of the officials who came to plead for leniency were very unsightly. All of them exchanged glances. They all thought that the situation was serious. It seemed that the emperor was truly angry and the situation was difficult to turn around. After about an hour, the movements in the hall grew quieter and quieter. Not long after, the chief eunuch, Jining, walked out. When her gaze fell on the officials, she sighed softly and said, Everyone, please come in. The emperor wants to see you. Just from Jin Ying's expression, it could be seen that the situation wasn't good. However, now was not the time to ask about things. The officials immediately entered the throne room and saw Zhu Qiyu, who still had a furious expression on his face, glaring angrily at them from his dragon throne. Just from that gaze, the officials felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. Even so, they still forced themselves to kneel on the ground and loudly shouted, Long live the emperor. In the past, after greeting each other, Zhu Qiyu would say, Rise, and everyone would rise. However, this time, he didn't say anything. The officials could only kneel there, unable to rise. Time seemed to stop here. There was no sound in the hall. Under this kind of atmosphere, the officials kneeling on the ground didn't dare to raise their heads to look. It was as if they were afraid of angering the emperor. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, there was the sound of rushing wind. Following that, letters were thrown through the air and landed at the feet of the kneeling officials. Take a look. These are the so-called loyal officials. They received my trust and were entrusted with important tasks. Now, they turn around and do such a rebellious thing. They are truly unworthy of being an official, unworthy of being an official. Do you still want to plead for mercy on his behalf? Could it be that you are the same as him and have done such a rebellious thing? The letters flew everywhere. Soon, the officials reached out to pick them up. After glancing at them, they felt their scalps go numb. This was a letter that Emperor Yingzong had personally written to Yu Shiyue. The officials could be considered old officials under Zhu Qizhen. Naturally, they wouldn't mistake the emperor's calligraphy. Knowing what this was, they also understood why Zhu Qiyu was so angry. They also understood that this time, Yu Shiyue really couldn't be saved. As an official, wanting to serve two masters was originally intolerable. Not to mention that his weakness had fallen into the hands of others. If he didn't die, who would die? The result was clear at a glance. No one was willing to say anything for Yu Shiyue. On the contrary, everyone was thinking about how to make Zhu Qiyu believe them. They didn't want to be affected by this matter. Naturally, among the kneeling officials, there were also some who were like Yu Shiyue. They had secretly sent messages to Zhu Qizhen. In the end, it was just to be safer. But those who did so were now covered in cold sweat. There were even some who learned from Yu Shiyue and privately sent messages. They were already thinking that the first thing they would do when they returned home was to burn the letters. They didn't want to leave any evidence. None of the officials dared to say anything. One by one, they kowtowed to the ground and shouted that they were guilty. It was as if they wanted to repent and repent. Zhu Qiyu, who was sitting on the dragon throne, looked at this scene very seriously. He was very clear in his heart. He was afraid that even among these kneeling officials, there would still be some who were half-hearted. However, he couldn't kill them all. He had to give the imperial order, but in the end, he still needed to rely on them to do the actual work. If he killed whoever he suspected, wouldn't that mean he would become a commander without an army? However, since there were signs of something happening, he was unwilling to let it go so easily. This was the reason why he was doing this, to intimidate the enemy. Although Yu Shiyue's betrayal made him burn with anger, it wasn't to this extent. After all, he was only a minister of justice. After killing him, there would be more suitable people to step forward. But he still pretended to be so angry in front of all the officials. It was to tell everyone that if anyone dared to do this in the future, the consequences would be severe. Seeing that everyone was saying that he was guilty, Zhu Qiyu felt the strength of imperial power. He felt that at this moment, his aura of a monarch could finally shake the world. Not only did you have to be ruthless and arbitrary in governing a country, but you also had to be humble. Blindly suppressing people for a long time would only lead to more backlash. This wasn't what a wise person would do. In the next breath, Emperor Daizong changed his face and said, "Officials, you may rise. I know that you are all loyal officials, completely different from Yu Shiyue. In the future, the great Ming dynasty will need to rely on us to govern together. Give a carrot after a stick." This set of extremely ancient governance methods was universal at any time. Just like now, after hearing Zhu Qiyu's words, all the officials in the throne room shed tears of gratitude. They kept praising the emperor's wisdom, saying that Daizong was the #1 emperor in all of history, and so on. After a wave of praise, it was time to do the actual thing. Many people criticized Yu Shiyue on the spot. There were even people who directly said that such an impure official should be beheaded in public as a warning. Of course, Yu Shiyue had to be killed. Not only that, they had to make a big scene as a warning to those officials who also had second thoughts. Zhu Qiyu had a clear understanding of this point. Of course, he approved the officials' requests. He also said that the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the embroidered uniform guard would jointly investigate and announce his evil deeds to the world as a warning to everyone. Among the officials who pleaded for leniency, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Su Yozhen, was among them. He was probably the one who benefited the most out of these people. He took this opportunity to finally take a step forward and take over the Ministry of Justice's position. Even though he hadn't been promoted to the position of Minister of Justice yet, from the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before that day came. At this moment, while he was excited, he also felt a sense of fear towards the Duke of Loyalty, Yang Qindong. He was able to get to where he was today because of his hard work, but more of it was because of Yang Qindong's plan. Now that he was finally going to obtain power, Su Yozhen's first thought was to be obedient. Otherwise, who knew if today's Yu Shiyue would be him tomorrow? Chapter 331. Zhu Qiyu was very satisfied with the performance of the officials and left happily. Leaving behind the 3 officials, the group of 5 discussed as they left the hall. Su Yozhen's side was even livelier. Shi Heng, Shi Pu, Yi Ming, Jin Lian, and the others naturally gathered around him, congratulating him one after another. Su Yozhen accepted them one by one. He didn't mind building a good relationship with these people, and he believed that Yang Qindong would also be happy to see this. It was as if he had entered the tiger's den. Yu Shiyue's matter seemed to have been settled. With that handwritten letter as evidence, no one would be able to reverse the situation. Since they couldn't shake him, everyone chose to draw a clear line between them and hit him while he was down. In a short period of time, more and more of Yu Shiyue's crimes were revealed to the public. Even the family members of the guilty official, Li Wenxiao, were dug up, and evidence of Yu Shiyue's crimes were brought out. But relatively speaking, this was just a stone in the well. After his private contact with Zhu Qizhen was exposed, his fate was already sealed. From Yu Xiong's death to Yu Shiyue's imprisonment, it had only been a few months since the Yu clan's defeat. Anyone who knew the inside story knew that while it was one thing to seek death, it was more to do with loyalty. For a moment, Yang Qindong couldn't help but become the target of public criticism. Fortunately, he had already prepared a countermeasure. At this moment, he was packing up his things and preparing to leave the capital. Yu Shiyue's case was in its final stages. With the tacit approval of Dai Zong and Zhu Qiyu, the consequences could already be imagined. Yu Yuanbi was also released by Yang Qindong. The pitiful young master thought that he could be saved, but he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at the Yongding gate, he would be captured by the constables of the Ministry of Justice who used to smile at him. These constables, who used to look up to Yu Yuanbi when they saw him, suddenly changed their expressions, as if they were fiends who had walked out from the depths of hell. With such a huge matter and the collapse of a minister, Yang Qindong knew that he had to leave the capital. Otherwise, if he continued to stay here, who knew how many people would be concerned about him? Although he had Ling Feng by his side and his safety wouldn't be a problem for the time being, it was hard to predict what would happen if a string was stretched too taut. He would never do something as stupid as putting himself in the center of a whirlpool. When the matter was done, he left with a flick of his sleeve, concealing his achievements and fame. This was what a wise man should do. Fortunately, the acting ancestor emperor already knew about his departure, and judging from his attitude, he was very much in favor of it. No matter what, Yang Qindong's existence was a kind of pressure. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel it. If this person could leave for a while, not only would the influence of Yu Shiyue's incident fade, but it would also allow the emperor to do more things without any distractions. With the emperor's tacit approval, the news that Yang Qindong would be leaving for a period of time was made public in the Yang family manor. First, it was the Yang Family Academy, where the first batch of students was about to graduate. Originally, there were a total of 101 students, including Junko, but only 48 of them were able to persist until the end. There was no lack of outstanding students who were eliminated at the very end. Although less than half of them had graduated, Yang Qindong was still extremely satisfied. He was extremely concerned about their placement, even going so far as to speak with each of the 48 students to understand their thoughts and make the most appropriate arrangements. For example, Feng Ku, who had once been a destitute scholar, was extremely intelligent and quick-witted. He was often very interested in the topics Yang Qindong taught in his classes, especially physics and chemistry, and the things that people regarded as craftsmen. He was able to deduce many things from one example. In the Great Ming Dynasty, scholar officials and the emperor ruled the world together, and Confucianism was the most sacred. Only scholars, who spoke of the etiquette of sages, were regarded as above men. In comparison, even generals who were skilled in war were inferior. And this was even less true of craftsmen. With this sort of hobby, one was destined to have no better future. Because of this, Feng Ku had been distressed more than once. Now that Yang Qindong was here, everything was different. When Yang Qindong asked Feng Ku to come to the study for a private talk, Feng Ku told him that there was a place where craftsmen enjoyed a high status and had a good environment, as well as many unimaginable experimental instruments. Before Yang Qindong could say anything, Feng Ku expressed his willingness to go. He even said that as long as he could realize what he had learned and imagined, he was willing to go no matter how desolate that place was. In this way, Feng Ku was arranged to go to Qiqian City, where he would first be assigned to work in the arsenal. As for his future development, it would depend on his personal ability. Chang Qianhao, the son of the Chang family from Jiangnan. He was very proficient in business. After many days of learning, Yang Qindong used his personal charm to infect this person, making him one of his staunch followers. This time, he would follow Yang Qindong to the south. If there was a chance, he would naturally expand the Yang family's business. Although Tai Qingyi and Jiang Ping were women, their martial arts foundation was very good. After half a year of learning, they performed well in all aspects, and were left to be the bodyguards of the madams. In the study, Yang Qindong took out two seemingly very small Browning women's pistols. Both Tai Qingyi and Jiang Ping had dabbled in pistols before. They had even shot targets when they were students and had good results. They had yearned for such an advanced weapon for a long time. Now that they finally had their own pistols, they were very excited. There was also Wang Si. Because his grandfather was the current Minister of Personnel and was in charge of the promotion and evaluation of all the officials in the world, he had an important position. Yang Qindong kept him and let him become a teacher in the Yang Clan Academy to continue his teaching and nurture more talents that could be used in the future. Wang Si had some objections to this. After he knew that Yang Qindong was going to the south, he wanted to go with him. His teacher had said before that it was better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. For this matter, Yang Qindong talked with him in private for more than 2 hours, and said that this was still a test for him. As long as he passed, there would be a day when he would be released, and he would be entrusted with important tasks. Wang Si didn't know what it meant to be entrusted with an important task. However, since his teacher was the one who said it, he naturally wouldn't doubt it and agreed. He also said that with him there, the Yang family village would be fine and that his teacher could leave without worry. The group of students were arranged according to their strengths and characteristics. After the matter of the academy was settled, Yang Fu, who was in charge of the Yang family's business, was also called to the Yang family village. Yang Fu was Yang Qindong's cousin. The two of them had worked together many times in Jianing. The reason why Yang Qindong could be where he was today was because of the various resources provided by Yang Fu. Of course, in return, Yang Fu was now in charge of the Heavens Beyond Trading Company, the Yang family's bank, and the trade with the Northern Wall. He had great authority, and the benefits he received were also very generous. After receiving benefits, Yang Fu respected Yang Qindong even more. After being summoned, he dropped everything in his hands and rushed over. The two of them talked in the study for a long time. Then, Yang Fu left in high spirits. Not long after Yang Fu left, he returned to the capital and went to find Wu Qingbo, who was now the military governor, Shi Heng. He said that he was willing to pay a sum of money to ask the other party to send an army to protect the business. In particular, the trade with the Walla was the most important. According to Yang Qindong's intentions, once he left, Ling Feng wouldn't be able to participate too much in protecting the caravan with Walla. Due to the lack of military strength, the original company of protection troops had to be reduced to a squad. The reduction of military strength required other people to take over. Thus, he locked his gaze on Shi Heng. Yang Qindong also firmly believed that the other party would be more than happy to receive such benefits that fell from the sky. It was just as he had expected. Yang Fu took the initiative to look for him. When Shi Heng knew of his intentions, he was naturally excited. In order to express his modesty, he said that he would consider it carefully. However, after Yang Fu left for an afternoon, at night, he arranged for his trusted family member, his cousin, Shi Tong, to look for Yang Fu. In the following days, this person would be responsible for the safety of the trade caravan. He would bring 1,000 men with him. Protecting the trade caravan would not only allow him to obtain a generous amount of mercenaries, but more importantly, he could also bring in his own private goods to trade. The profits from this could be 10 times or even dozens of times more. Once this was done, Shi Heng would have more and more money at his disposal, and his influence would also grow. The matters outside were arranged one by one. To Yang Qindong, dealing with such matters was very simple. As long as his thinking was correct, it would not be difficult to do it. However, the following arrangements for the madams gave him the biggest headache. According to what Jining had said before, he could not take all of the madams with him. Taking 2 and leaving 2 behind meant that his home was still here. It could also be said that he was leaving behind hostages. First Madame Hu Yan and third Madame Shui, who were called along, were naturally happy and delighted. Second Madame Qiao Yin and fourth Madame Lady Xiang, who were not called, were naturally not in a good mood. This was especially true for Qiao Yin. She had been Yang Qindong's personal maid before and had never left the young master's side since she was young. Even during the trip to Crimson City, she had followed him all the way. Now that they were suddenly separated, it was easy to imagine how reluctant she was to part with him. For this reason, Yang Qindong accompanied Xiao Yin alone for the entire night. Under the dual attack of actions and words, Xiao Yin was finally persuaded. Not to mention actions, Xiao Yin practically spent the rest of the night begging for mercy. In terms of words, he said, people will eventually grow up. I already have 4 madams, so I have more to take care of in terms of basic necessities. Xiao Yin does not have to be as busy as before. This separation is also for the sake of better reunion in the future. Chapter 332. Xiao Yin was a sensible woman. She was already satisfied that the young master cared for her so much, talked to her so much, and even spent an entire night with her. For a woman like her, if she were to follow another man, even if she could become a concubine, she wouldn't have any status. Furthermore, her master wouldn't be able to counsel her alone. After Qiao Yin's matter was settled, it was easier to talk to Lady Xiang. In comparison, she didn't have as deep of a relationship as Qiao Yin and Yang Qindong. She had only become the 4th madam because her admiration had turned into love. Although their relationship after marriage was very good, she was still born in the streets and had once stayed in a place like the 9 Arts Workshop. Her position was still very low. Yang Qindong only needed to persuade the great madam to come forward and speak with her before agreeing to remain in the capital. However, she still expressed her reluctance to part with Yang Qindong. For this reason, the 6th young master had to console her. After interacting with her after marriage, he found that Lady Xiang wasn't just beautiful, she was also very sensible. The two's relationship quickly warmed up. After this short separation, their feelings for each other would only deepen when they met again. The 2 madams who stayed in the residence were settled. Yang Qindong did one last thing. He paid a visit to the Minister of Rights, Hu Shao, and the Minister of Personnel, Wang Zhi. Yang Qindong went to Wang Zhi's place alone, and no one knew what they talked about. However, when he left the residence, his expression was calm, so it should have gone smoothly. When he went to the Hu estate, he went with Hu Shao. The Minister of Rights personally received him, and his eldest son, Hu Changning, accompanied him for a banquet. Hu Shao could understand why Yang Qindong chose to leave at this time. No matter how capable a person was, they couldn't always stand at the heart of the storm. Otherwise, who knew what would happen in the storm? This step of retreating to advance was a good one. With Hu Ming's support, before Yang Qindong left, he asked Hu Ming to protect the interests of the Yang manor and the Yang family, as well as his brothers and sisters. Hu Ming naturally agreed. Since the Hu and Yang clans were already connected by marriage, they were now on the same side. As long as they didn't commit any grave mistakes, there shouldn't be any worries about their safety. The trip to the Hu and Wang clans went very smoothly, and Yang Qindong decided to leave the capital 3 days later. Yang Qindong was leaving the capital for a period of time, saying that he was going back to Lord Janning to pay respects to his ancestors. As the 11th anniversary of his late father's death was approaching, the news that he was going to sweep the grave quickly spread through the upper echelons of the capital. Regarding this matter, many people clapped their hands and cheered. In their opinion, this was the price that Yang Qindong had to pay for bringing down Yu Shiyue. You can't take all the benefits. Yu Shiyue had fallen from power, and Yang Qindong had to leave for a period of time. It was really a lose-lose situation. Whether it was the Yang clan's prosperity in business or the uniqueness of the Yang clan's academy. In truth, Yang Qindong didn't have many friends among the scholars. He didn't fit in with the crowd, and he didn't take the initiative to interact with others. He always maintained a lofty attitude as he drifted away from the circles of power. Of course, this would make the acting sect master, Zhu Qiyu, let down his guard, but at the same time, the disadvantage would also be revealed. In some matters, there would be few people who would speak up for him. This time, Yang Qindong was going to leave. Everyone rejoiced even more. Some people even criticized that this move could not be taken as a sign. Yang Qindong naturally wouldn't try to explain this. He believed that facts spoke louder than words, and there would come a day when he would tell these people with his actions. At that time, he could almost see how resounding that slap would be. While everyone was saying that Yang Qindong had to leave the capital, there were naturally some people who disagreed. For example, the people of the Yang clan. Yang Qindong's fourth brother was one of them. Putting aside the fact that he was originally a member of the Yang clan, he had to consider the interests and reputation of the Yang clan. Ever since Yang Qindong came to the capital, his life had been completely different from before. Internally, there was more money in the estate, and he didn't need to plan carefully before he dared to do anything. Externally, he could walk on the streets with a straighter back. Even when chatting with people he was familiar with or in formal occasions, when others introduced him, their expressions would become much more respectful. Not only would this make one's face glow, it would also slowly give birth to a feeling of complacency. Yang wasn't a fool, and he naturally knew who had given him all this. Thus, when he heard that Yang Qindong was leaving, he absolutely couldn't bear to part with him. Later on, the steward at his side casually said, "Why not go with the Duke? You're returning to your hometown to pay respects to your ancestors, and Yang is originally a member of the Yang clan. Nothing could be more appropriate than to go back and take a look." These unintentional words immediately moved Yang Qindong, and he hurried over just as Yang Qindong was preparing to leave 3 days later. Yang Hodong truly hadn't expected that his fourth brother would want to go with him to the south. This time, he was using the excuse of returning to his hometown to pay respects to his ancestors, but as for what he was really going to do, only he knew best. His fourth brother's sudden appearance was indeed somewhat out of his expectations. But it was only a little unexpected. This clearly wasn't much compared to the major things Yang Qindong planned to do in the future. Thinking about it, since fourth brother had such thoughts, it would be a good idea to bring him back with him. This way, there would be a proper person in charge during the ancestral worship ceremony, and he would be able to worry less and use less of his brain power. Yang Qindong agreed. After all, he couldn't find any reason to refuse. But because of this, Yang was overjoyed. He hurriedly left the Yang clan manor, and he also needed to return to his residence to pack up. Of course, compared to Yang Qindong, who had a lot of things to take care of, he didn't need to worry as much. It was only 3 days, and it really passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Yang Qindong set off. First Madame Hu Yan and third Madame Shui squeezed into the soft sedan chair with him. The others were indeed not as fortunate, and most of them followed on foot. Only the master, Yang Qindong, fourth master, Tiger's Mane, Beta Persei, and the others rode horses. Most of them, Leng Feng, walked. Among the people riding horses was the Yang clan's old housekeeper, Yang Hai. As an old man who had followed the old master for decades, young Master Yang was no longer young, and his hair was more white than black. This time, he was going to follow Yang Qindong back to the Jian clan's old house, and he would most likely retire there in the future. This time, when he left, tears flowed down his face. They were tears that he couldn't bear to part with his son, Guanyang of the Yang clan manor. After all, transportation was not developed in ancient times. After this separation, no one knew if they would meet again in their lives. As Yang Qindong's guards, the first captain, Qiu Vi, and the second captain, Dao Shao, naturally had to follow him. Not only that, Wu Xing led a company of Ling Feng to protect him on the way. Yang San secretly led the main staff of the security bureau, as well as the members of the Wolf Fang and Ghost Shadow sniper team to follow him closely. With them, unless the great Ming dynasty sent an army to suppress the border and could charge fearlessly, it was unlikely that they could threaten Yang Qindong. Yang Qindong finally left the capital. On this day, in many corners of the capital, and in many important places, there were sighs of relief. They didn't feel it before, but now that Yang Qindong had left, they seemed to be relieved and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for why all this was happening, no one could explain it clearly. While the people in the capital of the great Ming dynasty were greatly relieved, on the other side of the sea, the land of Japan was covered with dark clouds at this moment, and thunder was brewing, as if it was waiting to explode at any time. The general's mansion, also known as the Great General's Mansion, was the mansion of the famous Japanese General Ashikaga Yoshimasa. In the capital of Japan, Ping and Beijing, on the most prosperous street, which the Japanese called Kyoto, there was a large courtyard that covered 4 square areas. At this time, if one could look down from the sky, he would find that there were people coming and going in this courtyard. There were no less than 500 patrolling warriors, not to mention some slaves who were responsible for serving their masters, and some hidden forces. This was the power of Ashikaga Yoshimasa. It could be seen from the place where he lived. If it had to be described, it could be called a prince's mansion, or even a small imperial palace. Ashikaga Yoshimasa was very flamboyant in his work. In his early years, he had helped the current Empress of Japan, who was known as the Emperor of Hohua Court, ascend to the throne. Based on this kind of luxury was not excessive. Almost like the Great Ming dynasty, Japan was also in a serious feudal era, and there was a clear hierarchy between people. In comparison, the imperial family was naturally the most powerful force, followed by the civil officials and generals, followed by the merchants, samurai, ninjas, and finally the ordinary soldiers. The lowest level was the slaves, and the number of slaves was not small, accounting for more than 3/5 of the total population of Japan at that time. It could also be said that the development of Japan at that time was based on the contributions of the slaves, and the minority was built up by eating, drinking, and playing. As a minority of the minority, Ashikaga Yoshimasa controlled most of the military power in the country. In many cases, his power could even compete with the imperial family. Some military affairs had reached the point where it was difficult to carry out without his consent. As time went by, more and more people came to him, and his power grew bigger and bigger. This morning, there were still many people at the side door of the general's mansion. Most of them were pretentious. They all said that they were excellent and wanted to be noticed by Bo Lo, because this often meant that they were likely to rise to the sky and officially become a high-ranking person in society. Chapter 333. Every time the side door opened and the steward of the general's residence came out, they would fight to be the first to present their invitations. However, no one knew how many of them would be chosen by the general in the end. It had been more than 2 hours since breakfast and the side door had yet to open. Many of the people who were waiting were anxious. They did not know what was going to happen to them, and some of them did not even have time for dinner. Just as they were feeling anxious, the main door of the general's residence suddenly opened. This movement instantly attracted everyone's attention. Out of instinct, their footsteps were almost jogging as they moved forward. From their point of view, it was either the general's residence was welcoming an important guest or the general was going out. If it was the latter, this would be the best opportunity for them to recommend themselves. They moved quickly. The samurais who rushed out of the general's residence moved even faster. They were the first to rush out and formed a human net to cut off the connection between the side door and the main door. Then, they stood still like wooden pillars and stared vigilantly at the people who wanted to come to the general's residence. They looked like they were about to tell them to be obedient. If anyone dared to move, the sharp katanas in their hands would not recognize them. The solemn atmosphere with a trace of killing intent finally caused everyone to stop in their tracks. Then, they looked curiously at the main door of the general's residence. They wanted to see what was going on that caused such a huge commotion. While everyone was waiting, there was finally movement at the main door of the general's residence. A sedan slowly came in and a group of people appeared on both sides. No one could clearly see who was coming. What was even more surprising was that the sedan actually went straight through the main door of the general's residence and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. This sudden scene really stimulated everyone. Then, everyone seemed to have forgotten their purpose of coming here and started to guess who the guest was. A guest who could make the general's residence open the main door to welcome naturally had a high status. Even in the entire Japan, there were not many people who could receive such an honor, not to mention such a mysterious guest. The identity of the guest only made everyone more curious. In the inner courtyard of the general's residence, the palanquin entered as though there was no one around. It only came to a stop in front of General Ashikaga Yoshimasa's reception hall. Then, the curtains of the palanquin opened and a man wearing a dark modern Tang suit walked out. His attire did not match the attire of the time. As soon as the man appeared, he first looked around. When he found that this was a very quiet small courtyard, a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. Right at this moment, a burst of bold laughter came from the hall. A tall man with a mustache laughed and spoke in standard Japanese, "Welcome to Jing Shuangkuan's presence. You must be tired from the journey. Greetings, Great General." Jing Shuang, on behalf of Commander Gao Xiong, pays his respects to the Great General. The man in the dark-colored Tang suit called Jing Shuang immediately lowered his head and said with great respect, "That's right. The person who came was Jing Shuang, one of the students that Yang Qindong personally taught. Later, because of his outstanding learning ability, he became one of the first political instructors in Yang Xie's new army. His father was the current director of the Qing City cement factory. His name was Jing Guang, and he was also one of the people that Yang Qindong admired and trusted." This time, Jing Shuang appeared in Japan at the general's residence under the orders of Regiment Commander Gao Xiong. He came to Japan to meet with General Ashikaga Yoshimasa, who had real power in Japan. At the same time, he also wanted to show the general the tablet that recorded Princess Junko personally killing Kimura Yoshimasa in the basement of the Yang family manor. Ever since Yang Xie's new army occupied Qing City and began to develop vigorously, they began to slowly control this area of the sea. As Japan was a maritime country, it was inevitable that they would trade with their neighboring countries. Therefore, it was inevitable that they would come into contact with each other. After several conflicts, Ashikaga Yoshimasa did not gain the slightest advantage. Out of respect for the strong, Ashikaga Yoshimasa began to purposefully make contact with Yang Xie's new army. This matter was reported to the higher-ups, and with Yang Qindong's approval, Gao Xiong also intentionally or unintentionally expressed some goodwill. Thus, the relationship between the two sides began to strengthen. This might be the strength of the Japanese, but it might also be their weakness. When you were stronger than them, they would always lower their heads and act like a dog, and then learn from your advanced knowledge and experience. They would even nod their heads and bow their heads, shamelessly. However, there would come a day when they had the strength to overtake you, and it would inevitably be a merciless blow. For example, towards the powerful Yang Xie's new army at sea, Ashikaga Yoshimasa had always shown sufficient respect. This time, when he learned that the other party's envoy wanted to meet with him, he was extremely respectful. This was the reason for the scene just now. Under the warm welcome of Ashikaga Yoshimasa, Jing Shuang stepped into the guest hall, and the two of them began the so-called friendly discussion. As if he did not want his subordinates to see his weak and submissive side, or perhaps he knew that Jing Shuang's arrival had a special meaning, Ashikaga Yoshimasa quickly cleared everyone in the hall, and then personally poured a glass of sake for Jing Shuang. His originally smiling face became much more serious. Jing Shuang-kun, I wonder what brings you here this time. Is Commander Gao Xiong willing to form an alliance with this general? Forming an alliance at sea had always been Ashikaga Yoshimasa's wish. After knowing the power of Commander Gao Xiong's new warship through different channels, the general who envied the strong and longed for the powerful has always been fighting for this goal. For this reason, he did not hesitate to sell several merchant ships in Japan to the other party, just to gain a favorable impression and a basis for cooperation. This time, Jing Shuang's sudden arrival naturally gave him hope for the future. Ashikaga Yoshimasa's longing gaze was seen in Jing Shuang's eyes. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall what he had said when he attended the meeting with Commander Gao Xiong and the Naval Operations Staff Officer. When everyone thought that they could form a temporary alliance with Ashikaga Yoshimasa, they could rely on the other party's influence and powerful intelligence network to obtain more information on the sea. From there, they could take some targeted actions. This was far better than randomly searching the sea and trying their luck. The staff officers all agreed that even if they formed an alliance with Ashikaga Yoshimasa, and even let them view the new warships, they would not be able to steal this advanced knowledge. This was originally a matter of mutual benefit, but for some reason, when this matter was reported to the young master of the capital, it was denied without hesitation. Moreover, no reason was given for this denial, which made Commander Gao Xiong and the staff officers very confused. But no matter what they thought, since this was the decision made by the sixth young master, no one dared to question it, and no one could change it. These people had all seen the glory of the sixth young master, and they all knew that everything that Qing City and everyone else had today was thanks to the sixth young master. They were also the group that had been the most heavily brainwashed. In their words, any decision made by the sixth young master, they would resolutely uphold it. Any decision made by the sixth young master, they would unswervingly follow it. This was the so-called Tu Van Ease. His thoughts returned to reality. Facing Ashikaga Yoshimasa's urgent gaze, Jing Shuang lightly shook his head. Then, without waiting for the other party to say anything disappointed, he changed the topic. Great General, although we cannot form an alliance with you this time, we have come with great sincerity. Sincerity? Ashikaga Yoshimasa was somewhat disappointed that the two sides couldn't form an alliance, but after hearing Jing Shuang's words, he became interested. He didn't know what else could be considered sincerity other than the so-called alliance. Although the trace of disdain in his eyes quickly disappeared, for Jing Shuang, who worked in politics and dealt with people's hearts every day, it was still sharply observed by him. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled and took out a tablet that was hundreds of years older than the current era from his bag. When the white tablet was taken out, Ashikaga Yoshimasa's expression didn't change. Obviously, before he saw its function, he only treated it as an ornamental object. He didn't know that it had the ability to record people's figures. Of course, he soon knew that Jing Shuang, who had practiced several times, turned on the tablet with familiarity, and then carefully inserted the USB flash drive in her arms. All these movements in the eyes of Ashikaga Yoshimasa had long made him stunned. The moment the tablet was turned on, he was actually petrified. When he saw the colorful screen on it, he didn't know what words to use to describe his current mood. He only knew that he was scared, and even a little scared. When the USB flash drive was plugged in, it began to play the scene of Kimura Yoshida and Ikegami being tied up. This great general, who had experienced many wars and been on the battlefield, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "How did you put Kimura Yoshida and Ikegami in this thing?" "That's right, Ikegami, Ikegami, Ikegami." Jing Shuang didn't want to explain such a layman's words, but he did forget that when he first came into contact with these things, he had the same reaction. "Great General, don't be impatient, just keep watching." Reminded by Jing Shuang, Ashikaga Yoshimasa's eyes fell back on the tablet screen, and then he saw Junko holding a dagger. At this moment, he still couldn't help but shout, "Your Highness Junko." It was just that after this shout, Ashikaga Yoshimasa quickly shut his mouth without being reminded, as if he was afraid that he would miss something because of shouting. Chapter 334. On the screen, Junko appeared, and then killed Kimura Yoshida and Ikigami, who were powerless to resist, and then quietly left. When the video reached this point, Jing Shuang simply closed the computer, and then the hall was silent for a while. The sudden scene gave Ashikaga Yoshimasa an unreal illusion. He had never experienced such an experience, so when he looked at Jing Shuang, he couldn't help but make a request. "Can you show me again?" "Okay, but please don't talk anymore. Watch carefully. Remember, you only have one chance. You should know that such a sign doesn't appear at all times." After saying all this in a mysterious manner, Jing Shuang opened it again and released it. The scene she had just seen was displayed once again. This time, Ashikaga Yoshimasa looked very carefully. When he was sure that he saw Kimura Yoshida and the other two, his face became very ugly. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about how this thing appeared in front of him. What he was thinking about was that it was actually the hand of the lady. Where did she get the courage to do such a thing? Could it be that she was instructed by the emperor? Kimura Yoshida was one of his people, and the Japanese leaders were very clear about this. Now that this person was targeted, did it mean that the emperor was already dissatisfied with him and was going to kill him? All this was just to eliminate external forces. If he didn't do anything, he was afraid that the next big knife would fall on his head. A sudden visit, a real scene that he had never seen before, stirred up the heart of General Ashikaga Yoshimasa, who had charged into the battlefield and planned strategies. Seeing that he fell into silence, Jing Shuang, who was sitting opposite him, had no expression on her face, but her heart was very clear that a seed of hatred was planted. As for what effect it would have, it all depended on the development of the next thing. There is heaven above, there is Suzhou and Hangzhou below. The allusion came from Song Fan Qingda's Records of Wu County, Heaven Above, Suzhou and Hangzhou Below. It meant that heaven above was the most beautiful, and Suzhou and Hangzhou were the most beautiful. It described the beauty, prosperity, and wealth of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The beautiful scenery of Hangzhou was unparalleled in the world, and the scenery of the West Lake was the best in the world. Many popular stories had appeared here in the past. For example, Bai Suzhen and Su Xian had met here by chance. At this moment, the Lei Feng Tower in the story was still standing. Opposite the Lei Feng Pagoda, there were numerous restaurants, which were specially set up for people who came here to rest and eat. Among them, the largest restaurant, Xinglong Restaurant, was by the window. The view here was broad and the scenery was excellent. In addition, it was May, the time when spring and summer alternated. It was indeed a place with birds singing and flowers fragrant. It was better than the polar regions of the world. The table in the best position was already filled with famous local snacks. The signature dishes of the restaurant were spread all over the table, showing that the guests who came to eat were rich and imposing. A pot of old wine that had been warmed was still sitting on the table. Occasionally, a spring breeze would blow past, and the fragrance of the wine would be blown out. When one smelled it, it was really mellow and rich, making one intoxicated. Sixth brother, this place is really good. The climate is pleasant. I don't want to go back. Next to the table, a rather elegant middle-aged man tasted the delicious food on the table and couldn't help but say. Then he kept greeting the other two women at the table. Come on, sisters-in-law, don't just look at the beautiful scenery. You also need to eat. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste? Yes, fourth brother is right. The two women who were greeted shyly nodded their heads. They were both beautiful and had white veils on their faces. However, the youngest man at the table first moved the corners of his mouth slightly, and then he said with a smile, Shua, since you are here to have fun, you don't need to wear a veil. It's hard to see things. Take it away. This. I'll listen to sixth brother. Hu Yan, who was called, seemed to have a little struggle in her heart, but in the end, she obediently took off her veil. Sure enough, at this moment, when looking at the beautiful scenery of West Lake in the distance, it was much clearer and more thorough. At this point, everyone could guess that the four people at the table were Yang Qindong, Hu Yan, and Madame Shui. After leaving the capital, they went all the way south. They passed by Tianjin, Suzhou, and bought some good and famous silk and satin. Then they went to Songjiang Prefecture and arrived in Hangzhou. As soon as they entered this place, Hu Yan and Madame Shui were very excited. They had heard about White Snake from Yang Qindong, so they were naturally curious about this place. Now that they had the opportunity to see this scene, how could they not be immersed in it? At the same time, they also wanted to see if they could really see the deified love story between White Snake and Su Xian here. In later generations, there was a song that said, "The stories in fairy tales are all lies." At this moment, it was indeed true. From a distance, there were many people who came here to play. However, by Jinxing in white, the maid Shaoqing in green, and Su Xian in scholars' robes were nowhere to be seen. There wasn't even a single person who looked like them. Hu Yan, who was full of hope, was disappointed because she couldn't find any of them. Madame Shui, who was standing beside them, said something. She probably said that her husband was good at teasing people. Anyway, the two girls kept laughing. It was very indecent for a woman to laugh in a diplomatic setting, especially a married woman. Although Yang Yang felt a little uncomfortable, he still endured it in the end. His sixth brother wasn't as simple as a younger brother. He could see everything clearly, so he must have a clear idea of what to do with women. Maybe there was a deeper meaning to this matter. However, Yang Qindong's thinking was simply based on the ideas of the later generations. Equality between men and women was not necessarily fair, but at least it was not strange for women to laugh in public. Since they came out to play, they just wanted to have fun. As long as they were happy, it was fine. As for whether such behavior would attract other people's attention, he didn't care very much. Few people here knew him, and it wouldn't be long before he left here. It was just a post house in life. There was no need to be so serious. Yang Qindong didn't take the two women's laughter to heart. He looked deeply and quietly at the West Lake in front of him. In his previous life, Yang Dong had been very busy. He trained, completed tasks, trained again, and completed tasks again. It wasn't until he was old and his physical fitness and stamina had declined that he went to the headquarters. As a result, his beautiful life and youth were wasted. It was good to be young again at this moment. He would cherish every minute and every second. 9 out of 10 things in life did not go according to one's wishes. Yang Qindong wanted to properly feel this tranquil atmosphere. However, there was a burst of extremely noisy noise coming from downstairs. Although it was separated by the floor and could not be completely transmitted, it was obvious that there was some agitation. Dang dang dang, the sound of footsteps quickly began to be heard. Then, a middle-aged man in brocade clothes came up with a face full of anxiety. After Tiger's Mane and Beta Persei, who were guarding the entrance of the building, confirmed that there was no murderous intent on the other party, they invisibly let the man go, allowing him to smoothly come to Yang Qindong's table. "Oh, honored guest, I'm really sorry. Your table was originally reserved. Now that the owner is here, I want to see if you..." The middle-aged man's surname was Sunday. He was the owner of Xinglong Restaurant. Just now, he was the one who received Yang Qindong and his group. He also said that the condition of the private room upstairs facing the street was the best and so on. But how did the private room get booked in the blink of an eye? This matter was rather intriguing and thought-provoking. As one of the capital's hedonistic sons, Yang Yang had experienced this kind of thing more than once or twice. It must be said that businessmen were all profit-seeking. Sometimes, they were especially serious in this aspect. They could tell several different stories and different versions with just a few words. Of course, sometimes they might be coerced. After all, the status of businessmen in the Great Ming Dynasty was not high. They once had no social status. Just like now, Boss Sun was urging him to say such words. Perhaps he wanted to make more money, or perhaps he was being pressured by something. But no matter what, this was a bit like bullying. Yang, who was clear about this, would not give in to the other party. He immediately stood up from the table and said with a serious face, "What's the matter? What do you mean it's already reserved? That's not what you said just now." No matter what, he was still a descendant of the Yang family. He had been influenced by what he saw and heard since he was a child. He also had the experience of being an official, so he had a kind of aura. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Boss Sun felt a burst of pressure. But after all, as the owner of such a big restaurant, it was impossible to say that he did not have the ability to suppress his aura. Although he also knew that what he did today was a bit too much and wrong. But the situation was stronger than the person. When he thought of the master downstairs who insisted on this private room, he felt a headache coming. At this moment, he had to lower his head and explain. "I made a mistake. I forgot that this place was originally reserved. So, today's meal is my treat. I'm sorry." "Treat us? Do you think you're worthy?" Yang said without hesitation. Originally, he thought that there was something fishy about this matter. Now that the other party said that the bill was free, he felt more confident in his heart. "Okay, Boss Sunday. Since you're in a difficult position, we won't argue with you. It just so happens that we're almost done eating, so we'll leave now." Yang Qindong finally spoke. Coming out to play was a mood. Now that the mood was ruined, even the best seats and scenery had lost their meaning at this moment. Since that was the case, it was better to leave and return to the inn. Chapter 335. Yang Qindong expressed his attitude. Although he was still angry and dissatisfied, he could only suppress it. He turned his head and snorted to express his dissatisfaction. Mr. Sun, on the other hand, kept bowing to Yang Qindong and thanking him. Then he turned around and led them downstairs in person. On the second floor of Xinglong restaurant, 6 or 7 strong men were standing there and talking about something. From a distance, they seemed to be surrounding one of them and saying some flattering words. In Yang Qindong's life, this kind of thing couldn't be more insignificant. He didn't even want to take another look at it. However, there were many things in the world that had nothing to do with you even if you didn't want to. There were always some people who came to find you and could not be refused. Just like now, Yang Qindong and Mrs. Shui had walked past the corner of the second floor and went straight down to the first floor under the guidance of Mr. Sunday. Behind them, Hu Yan and Mrs. Shui followed. However, they seemed to be saying that their husband was lying. There was no such thing as White Lady and Su Xian here. When they talked about this, they couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, a gust of wind blew over and blew on Hu Yan's white veil. At a certain moment, the national beauty under the white veil was exposed. It happened to be seen clearly by a man in the crowd. It was not completely clear. He only knew that the woman was very beautiful and had very good skin. But this was enough. For many men, the more vague some things were, the more they could arouse their curiosity. If they could see through it at a glance, it would lose its original meaning. It was this glimpse that caused the man's heart to skip a beat. Then, his body actually reacted in a primitive way. Perhaps he was used to such things, so he instinctively took a few hurried steps, passed through the crowd, and went straight to where Hu Yan and Mrs. Shui were. His reaction was not slow. Beta Persei, who was responsible for guarding Hu Yan and Mrs. Shui, instinctively reacted faster. When he felt a gust of wind, he had already stepped between the man who was about to do something. Scram! Suddenly, a tower-like man appeared in front of him. His figure was also very tall and sturdy, and he said this in an unfriendly manner. Then, He threw a punch over. Wind whistled as the punch was unleashed. Just by listening to the sound, one could determine the power of this punch. Boom! Beta Persei, who had hurriedly returned a punch, stood there as steady as Mount Tai, as if the punch just now was not his arm at all. The man who threw out the first punch couldn't help but stagger. He took 2 steps back before stabilizing himself. At this moment, his eyes were filled with anger. Who was Qing? With his background, it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted in Hangzhou Prefecture. Not many people could control him. But now, not only did someone stop him, he was even forced to take 2 steps back in the domain that he was most proud of. This was not as simple as just suffering a loss, it had reached the level of humiliation. Qing had another title, Hangzhou Divine Fist. But just now, the punch he had thrown out was a preemptive strike. Yet, not only was it casually dispelled by someone else, the other party didn't even move an inch, but he was forced to take 2 steps back. This was somewhat inconceivable. What's going on? Master Qi. The commotion here finally attracted the attention of others. When they saw Qing's face alternating between white and red, the 7 men who were originally surrounding him and flattering him all gathered together. Then, they glared angrily at Beta Persei, who was standing there motionless. If anger could kill, Beta Persei would have died countless times by now. Yang Qindong, who was walking in front, also heard the commotion behind him. Although he did not have eyes in the back of his head and did not see what had just happened, he believed in Beta Persei. If the other party had not provoked him first, Beta Persei would never have made a move. While Yang Qindong was still thinking about what had happened, his 4th brother, Yang, had already strode over, shouting as he walked over, "What's going on? Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall? Looking for trouble, huh?" This was the way of the foppish. No matter what happened, it was always necessary to gain the upper hand by a show of strength. Perhaps if they were lucky, they could directly intimidate the other party into not daring to speak again. Then, it would be much easier to solve the problem. Of course, people who dared to speak like this more or less had to have some background. Otherwise, there would always be a moment when they would be exposed and unable to continue pretending. Of course, Yang was considered to have some background. Putting everything else aside, just by mentioning his 6th brother's name, he could do whatever he wanted in the capital. There were not many people who were blind enough to offend him. But the capital was the capital after all, and this was Hangzhou. None of them knew Yang. Seeing that someone had suddenly walked over while shouting and charging straight at them, Qing, who had suffered at the hands of Beta Persei, had a flash of anger on his face. Then, he suddenly gave up on the confrontation with Beta Persei and changed his target to Yang, charging straight at him. Perhaps as a martial artist, he could tell that Yang was only good at talking, so he wanted to pick on the weaker one to show his strength. But what he did not know was that this time, he had picked the wrong opponent. Although Yang Qindong was not good at martial arts and only relied on brute force to fight, how could he let his 4th brother be at a disadvantage when Yang Qindong was here? Just as Qing suddenly rushed over, another figure had already rushed out first. Then, with a bang. After a loud sound, a human figure continuously retreated until his body hit 2 tables in succession. Only then did he stop. Although his figure had stopped, he was still in an extremely sorry state. His originally clean clothes were stained with vegetable soup and oil, and he looked like a drowned rat. Standing opposite him was a young man who was not tall but had a very sturdy body. His eyes were cold, and at this moment, he was squatting in a firm horse stance. His eyes were full of provocation. After being pushed back twice in a row, Qing only felt a sense of suffocation in his chest. Usually, when he fought with people in Hangzhou, how many of them could withstand a few moves from him? Because of this, he gained the reputation of the Hangzhou Godly Fist. For this reason, he even founded a martial arts center called the Boxing Hall. Many people in the martial arts world would respectfully clasp their fists and greet him when they saw him, sect leader Qi. That was a very honorable thing to do. But today, he had actually suffered 2 losses in a row in front of a group of people. He had lost to 2 different people, and both times, he had gained the upper hand by striking first. How could this not make him angry? He felt that all the moves he had learned in the past seemed to have become useless. Qing, who had lost a lot of face, could not swallow this bitter fruit. He glanced at his friends who came with him, and evil grew from his guts. He pointed at Beta Persei and the others and shouted, "Everyone, let's go together and cripple them. If anything happens, Qing, will be responsible." The 7 people around him were all here for Qing. They more or less had something to ask of this person in the future. Now that their benefactor had spoken, there was no reason to not listen. They thought that this was Hangzhou, and everyone was more or less people of status. They were just a group of brave foreigners, so what was there to be afraid of? With this thought in mind, the 7 of them first exchanged glances across the air, then shouted and rushed toward Beta Persei and the others. And from the looks of it, 3 or 4 of them had learned martial arts. At least when they fought, their postures were very good. "Qiu, go easy on them. Don't kill them." Yang Qindong had already seen the situation clearly. Although he did not know the reason, these people had come to find fault with them again and again. Since that was the case, there was no need to be polite. He just needed to teach them a lesson. Qiu, who had defeated Qing earlier and whose eyes were filled with murderous intent, heard Yang Qindong's order. He immediately nodded and then waved his hand. 7 people from the first guard team walked out to meet the 7 opponents who were shouting and rushing toward them. They were not equal in strength to begin with. When they fought, the situation was naturally one-sided. Among the 7 people, even the so-called martial arts master who had learned 2 styles could only block 1 move from the members of the Cold Front team. Then, he was beaten up passively. The shouts of being beaten quickly spread throughout the 2nd floor of the restaurant. What happened here had already frightened the other diners. Those who were timid had already run out, leaving behind those who were bold. When they saw Qing being beaten up, they all ran away. This might be the influence of evil people. Because Qing was an evil person, who knew if he would find trouble with those who saw him suffer after he recovered from his shock. All the unrelated people had run away, leaving only Boss Son of Xinglong Restaurant. He was also helpless. The monk could run away, but the temple could not. It was probably describing people like him. "Aya, stop fighting. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Sect Master Qi is a person of status. You guys stop." Boss Sun tried to stop the fight, but he was afraid that he would be hurt. He pretended to go forward and shouted loudly, as if he wanted to use these words to scare the foreigners who came to his restaurant for the first time. In fact, there was no need for Boss Sun to shout. The members of the Cold Front team had already stopped. This kind of blindly beating people up did not feel good. It was like an adult facing a 3-year-old child. No matter how they beat, they would lose interest. "Let's go." Yang Qindong could also see that this was not a fair fight. He shook his head disinterestedly. With Yang Qindong's words, the members of the Cold Front team naturally returned to their team. However, when they left the restaurant, everyone was clearly more vigilant. In the dark, the people from the security bureau had already seen everything. Then, they began to carry out their activities. Chapter 336. There was a large courtyard in the East District of Hangzhou. This was one of the outer residences of the Qing clan, a wealthy merchant in the south. Chang Qianhao, as the eldest son of the Qing clan and the future head of the Qing clan, was carefully standing in front of the man in green clothes in the courtyard. "Qianhao. There are no outsiders here, so you don't have to be so restrained. Standing in front of him was Yang Qindong. When he saw Chang Qianhao's serious and even somewhat nervous appearance, he tried to use words to enlighten him. The more he said this, the more nervous and cautious Chang Qianhao became. Master, the ancients said that a teacher for a day is a father for life. You have done a great favor for Chang Qianhao and the Chang clan. Okay. Knowing what he was going to say next, Yang Qindong gently patted his forehead and said helplessly, regarding the matter of handing over the Heavens Beyond Trading Company in the south to the Chang clan, as my student, you naturally have a certain connection, but more importantly, I still considered the strength of the Chang clan. Besides, not only your Chang clan, but the other clans in the south also have resources allocated. This is originally a normal business, so you don't have to be so grateful to me. No. Master, the ratio of the Chang clan is the highest. For this matter, the grandfather in charge of the clan has already sent a letter to Qianhao, asking me to take care of Master's food and accommodation no matter what, but I don't know if there is anything that Master is dissatisfied with. No, everything is very good, very good. Yang Qindong chuckled. He could feel the admiration and gratitude of this student to him. Some of the rare goods of Heavens Beyond were indeed distributed to the Chang clan due to the fact that the other party was his student. However, he still couldn't accept such an action of greeting twice a day. Young master, Yang-san is here. The timely appearance of Tiger's mane could be considered as a solution. Chang Qianhao had studied in the Yang clan academy for half a year, so he naturally knew that the identity of the person who came was not simple. He also knew that Yang Qindong had something important to do, so he respectfully took his leave and said that he would come to pay his respects before dinner. Chang Qianhao respectfully left. Yang Qindong didn't wait for Tiger's mane to speak and spoke first, look after him. I don't have time to see him tonight, so he doesn't have to pay his respects. Oh. Tiger's mane wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to. He naturally saw that because of Chang Qianhao's excessive enthusiasm, the young master was already vexed. All right, let Yang-san in. Yang Qindong could see that he was gloating a little, but he also knew that there were some things that he ordered, and the other party would do very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become his best confidant. Speaking of business, Tiger's man did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He turned around and left. Yang Qindong soon followed him to Yang Qindong. Then, some specific information about Qing was sent to him. Hangzhou Divine Fist. Qi Bus Hen. Interesting. Yang Qindong's voice sounded from the courtyard with a smile that was not a smile. Hangzhou Government Office. In the backyard, a wailing sound came from one of the rooms. The sound was so loud that everyone in the courtyard became very cautious. A middle-aged man dressed in a fourth-rank official's robe was currently pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Perhaps it was due to his anxiety, but all the servants in the courtyard were extremely cautious, as if they were afraid that they would do something that they shouldn't do and provoke this official, resulting in them being severely punished. The man's name was Qi Bus Hen. He was the prefect of Hangzhou, a fourth-rank official. The wailing man in the room was Qing, who was beaten up. He was also Qi Bushen's cousin. The two of them grew up together and had a very good relationship. When he returned with wounds all over his body, the entire estate was in chaos. The steward of the estate immediately invited a famous physician from Hangzhou Prefecture to examine his illness. The screams in the room earlier were probably due to the commotion caused by the palpation. Creak. The door of the room was pushed open from the inside. Then, the housekeeper accompanied a doctor who was carrying a medicine box and walked out. Qi Bus Hen, who saw all of this, quickly went up to the doctor and asked anxiously, "How is he?" Reporting to the prefect, sect leader Qi did not suffer any internal injuries. There is only one fracture and many bruises on his body. I'm afraid that he will need to rest for a period of time before he can recover, the doctor answered carefully. Oh, thank you. Men, double the consultation fee and send the doctor out. Qi Bus Hen waved his hand and then entered the room with the housekeeper. Then, he saw Qing lying on the bed and whimpering softly. Noticing that someone had come, Qing's voice became louder. When he saw that it was his cousin, his voice became even louder. He cried out in pain and said, "Cousin, you must avenge your younger brother. You don't know how arrogant the people on the other side were. They just said that they didn't like me and beat me up. When I asked them if they still cared about the law, they still ignored me." The guilty party complained first. All of this was reflected in Qing's actions. And it seemed that Qi Bushen was very receptive to it. Bastards, they actually dare to ignore the laws of the great Ming dynasty. They are truly lawless. Housekeeper, immediately find out where those people are staying and then order the bailiffs to arrest them. This official wants to see if they really have 3 heads and 6 arms and are really ignoring the laws. Since the master had said so, the housekeeper originally wanted to ask if they should investigate the other party's identity first. However, at this moment, he could only suppress these words in his heart. At this moment, he was unlucky and said something that he should not say. It was not a wise thing to do. If he did not do it well, he might even vent his anger on himself. How could Qi Bushen, who could become the prefect of Hangzhou and a 4th-rank official, be stupid? However, he still did not send anyone to investigate. It was all based on his strong self-confidence. He was the prefect of Hangzhou and the local emperor of this piece of land. With this kind of power, how many people could make him feel afraid? Not to mention, he also had a very strong backer. Even if there were some problems, he was the kind of person who would protect him. Based on these 2 points, he was naturally fearless. He wanted to let those who hurt his cousin know that the Qi family was not an existence that anyone could provoke. The housekeeper went out and quickly found that those who hit Qing were living in the outer residence of the Qing family. When he found out about these things, the housekeeper felt confident. Although the Qing family was very rich, they were after all just businessmen. Since ancient times, people did not fight with officials. How could they be a match for the officials? Feeling confident, the housekeeper found his relative, Niu Ji, who was arranged to be a constable in the prefect of Hangzhou. Niu Ji's nickname was Niu Er. It was because he was the 2nd son in the family that he got this name. Since he was young, his body was better than others. Later on, he learned martial arts from a famous teacher for a few years. After he learned martial arts, he found the housekeeper's relative and was arranged to be the head of the constables in the prefectural government. With the housekeeper's help, naturally, this constable's life was smooth. This time, there was a good thing again. Of course, he would not forget Niu Ji. When Niu Ji received the housekeeper's order, he knew that this was a good job to please the prefectural government. He did not dare to be tough. Immediately, he led a group of constables to the outer residence of the Qing family. At this time, the outer residence of the Qing family was shrouded in darkness. It seemed to be very quiet, but in fact, in the darkness, there were many pairs of eyes staring at this place. During the day, they beat someone in Xinglong restaurant. It was said that they had some influence in the local area. According to the rule that caution was the parent of safety, Tiger's Mane had arranged for people to wait for a long time. Reality proved that this waiting was not in vain. Not long after nightfall, there was a burst of noisy footsteps on the street in the distance. Then, a walking fire dragon came straight in this direction. That was the state when the bailiffs of the manor walked with torches. They're coming. They're coming. They're all ready. Once the order is given, we'll start immediately. Tiger Head, Tiger Ray's nickname, said that we have to be quick and clean. Yang Wu's voice came out. This time, Yang Si and Yang Lu were left behind in Yang village and the capital to be in charge of the work there. He was lucky to be brought out. Seeing that there was a battle to fight, he was very excited. With Yang Wu as the leader, they borrowed a platoon of Ling Feng from Wuxing camp. In addition, there was the cooperation of the second guard, Dao Xiao, and the Ghost Shadow Sniper team in the dark to deal with any unexpected situations. With such a lineup, not to mention some constables and constables of the prefectural government. Even if a few hundred Ming soldiers came, they would not be afraid at all. The fire dragon came closer and closer. The one at the front holding a torch was the constable Niu Ji. When he saw the outer residence of the Chang family from afar, he waved his hand majestically and said, "Go, surround them. Remember, don't let anyone escape." Niu Ji's voice was not soft. He was not worried that such a shout would scare them away. This might be his arrogance and conceit. However, regardless of whether he was careless or cautious, he was destined to suffer tonight. Just like now, when Niu Ji's voice sounded, the 20 or so constables and constables were about to split up. Suddenly, the surroundings lit up. High-voltage flashlights were suddenly turned on. When dozens of light beams shone on them, it made them feel as if they were instantly blinded. What's going on? Niu Ji raised his right hand to block his eyes that were temporarily blinded by the light and asked casually. Even at this moment, he did not know that he had already become a fish on the chopping block in the eyes of others. Pa! Clang! Clang! Ouch! All kinds of painful cries rose and fell at this moment. Each of the constables and constables who were like wolves and tigers a moment ago had turned into soft-footed shrimps. Some of them bent over and fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Among them, Niu Ji was the one who received the most attention. Just now, after he shouted out, "What's going on?" he suddenly heard a gust of wind. As someone who had practiced martial arts, he instinctively stepped back. However, he only took one step back before he was suddenly tripped by something. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Based on his intuition, he knew that someone had stepped on him. Chapter 337. This kick might not have been as heavy as 1,000 pounds, but it made him lose the ability to resist in an instant. Even he, the leader, was beaten to the ground in an instant. It was conceivable that the other brothers would not have a good time. The Lin Feng soldiers made their move. They originally had a thorough plan. Since they had encountered some people who had underestimated them, how could they be courteous? Naturally, they greeted them with a good beating. Waves of cudgels came down. If it was not for the fact that they did not have the intention to kill, the more than 20 people who had come would have all died here. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the one-sided beating slowly stopped. Niu Ji and the others were already covered in wounds, and no longer had the arrogant appearance they had before. "Come on, tie them up. If anyone refuses to submit, just serve them with cudgels." Yang Wu stood in the crowd, his voice filled with pride. This time, he did not act impulsively. Hu Tu had said that this was the young master's order. Since he had received the order, if he did not exercise his fist properly, wouldn't he be wasting the mission and opportunity Hu Tu had given him? After the order was given, the Lin Feng soldiers took out the ropes that they had prepared earlier and started to work. However, the expected resistance did not happen. Perhaps they were really afraid of being beaten. Since ancient times, soldiers had always been used to catch thieves. Since when had thieves ever caught soldiers? And they just happened to encounter it. Who would be so stupid as to shout and scream? Soon, the originally noisy street became quiet again. If someone were to pass by this place at this time, they would never think that the dozens of officers had just been violently beaten up here. Yang Wu and the others were still staring with their eyes wide open, waiting for the enemy to come. According to their thinking, the sudden disappearance of more than 20 officials who had been sent out would cause a commotion. It was even reasonable that the Ming dynasty's Hangzhou City Guard Association would take action. Unfortunately, one night had passed. When the sky began to brighten, indicating the arrival of a new day, there was still no movement. This made Yang Wu really disappointed. Back to the Qi residence, Qi Bushin's residence. Early in the morning, he was still hugging his concubine to sleep when suddenly, the housekeeper's shouting voice came from outside. "Master, it's not good. It's not good, master." What happened? Qi Bushen, who had just woken up from his dream, got up from his bed with a face full of displeasure. He casually put on a piece of clothing and opened the bedroom door. Then, he scolded the housekeeper who was yelling outside. "Old master is fine, but you are disturbing his sleep early in the morning. What are you trying to do?" "I'm telling you, if you don't give me a reason, I won't let you off today." "Master, it's not good." Niu Ji and the rest did not return for the entire night. I wonder where they went. Could he have been killed by those people? The housekeeper did not listen to what Qi Bushen had to say. Instead, he spoke in a panic. Last night, after assigning Niu Ji an errand, he came back to sleep. This was not the first time he had done such a task. All he had to do was to issue the order and then get up in the morning to see the results. However, when he went to the magistrate's office in the morning, he found out that Niu Ji and more than 20 other people had disappeared from the face of the earth. They were nowhere to be found. The bailiffs who stayed behind thought that Constable Niu had something important to do and needed to go somewhere far away, so they didn't see him for the whole night and didn't report to him. When the housekeeper heard the news, he immediately panicked. The Qing family's courtyard was in Hangzhou Prefecture City and was not far from the magistrate's office. It would take at most half an hour to get there. How could they not return for the whole night? His intuition told him that something must have happened. At that moment, he ran back to the Qi family's mansion and woke up his master. Initially, Qi Bushen's face was still full of anger. However, after hearing the housekeeper's words, he was stunned. After a few breaths, he finally reacted and exclaimed loudly, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Master, it's true. Those people must be very daring. Master, it's been a night. No one knows what will happen. Why don't we report it to the magistrate?" The housekeeper was so frightened that he was incoherent. He stood there trembling as he made his suggestion. "Report it to the magistrate?" "Bastard, master is the magistrate." Qi Bushen was so angry that he couldn't help but curse. No. Master, what I meant was to report to the Hangzhou guards and have them send troops into the city. Perhaps only with their appearance will we be able to suppress those daring criminals." The butler realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. After correcting himself, he hurriedly replied. After being reminded, Qi Bushen's originally panicked expression flashed with joy. However, he shook his head. No way. This is a serious matter. We still need to investigate it clearly. If it's a misunderstanding, then it will be a big joke. Once the Hangzhou guards were alerted and the army was mobilized, the matter would inevitably be reported to Nanjing. If it really alarmed the emperor and the imperial court, there would not be much room for negotiation. Qi Bushen shook his head and decided to clarify the matter first. The so-called clarification of the matter naturally fell on the housekeeper's head. The housekeeper naturally had a headache about this task. However, since it was his master who said it, he certainly did not dare to refuse. After agreeing, he rushed back to the magistrate's office. After returning to the magistrate's office, the housekeeper selected another 20 bailiffs and 4 constables who had learned martial arts. They went straight to the Qing family's residence. This time, it was broad daylight. He did not believe that anyone would dare to do anything to him. Of course, he was not unprepared. When he left a message in the magistrate's office. If he did not return in 2 hours, he was to inform his master and send troops to rescue him. Being prepared did not guarantee that he would not be afraid. He still felt a little uneasy when he arrived at the Qing family's residence. Unexpectedly, the door was already open. It was as if they knew that someone would come. When they saw the team he brought from afar, a man with a smile on his face came up to greet them. "May I know who you are? Please tell me." The other party was so polite that the housekeeper did not dare to force him. He thought that it would be impolite not to reciprocate. He clasped his fist and said, I am the housekeeper of the magistrate of Hangzhou. My surname is Wu, housekeeper. The person in front of him did not wait for him to finish his words. He shook his head and said, with all due respect, this matter is not something that a housekeeper like you can shoulder. You should go back and ask your master to come here personally. After he finished speaking, the person in charge of welcoming the guest turned around and left. It was obvious that he was a little unhappy. Steward Wu knew that his status was still a little low, but since he was already here, he couldn't possibly not get to the bottom of things, right? He rushed towards the other party's departing figure and shouted, "Hey, are Niu Ji and the others in your hands? What did you do to them?" Niu Ji. Haha, you mean the one who was beaten into a pig's head. If you want to know what happened to him, ask your master to come here personally. The man did not even turn his head. His figure gradually disappeared. After he returned to the residence, he closed the door. The man was Yang Wu. He was asked by the sixth young master to welcome the guest outside the door. He originally thought that the person who came would be the magistrate of Hangzhou. If the magistrate was sensible, it would not be a big deal. However, the person who came was just a housekeeper. Under the difference in status, there were many things that could not be discussed. Finally, he received news about Niu Ji and the others. After confirming that it was the other party who did it, the housekeeper turned around and left. His face was no longer nervous and fearful. Instead, it was burning with anger. How dare they detain the officials? Based on this alone, the other party was doomed. Half an hour later, the Hangzhou guards stationed nearby made their move. With 200 cavalrymen in the lead, 500 infantrymen followed closely behind. The large group of people entered Hangzhou from the southern city. They galloped on the streets, causing a lot of chaos. The commander of the Hangzhou guards, Tong Qiao, had a total of 5,600 people under him. The first 1,000 people under him had a total of 1,200 people under him. There were 1,000 people under him. They were usually in charge of the security around Hangzhou. Although they were in charge of security, there were not many things that could make them take action. Unless there was an enemy invading from the sea, most of the time, they were just idling around. This time, they suddenly received a request from the magistrate, Qi Bushen. He said that a group of evildoers had appeared in the city. They had actually detained more than 20 officials privately. It seemed that they had also used some tricks. When the news first came, Tong Qiao did not hear it clearly. Of course, he did not dare to believe it. This was the world of the great Ming dynasty. The officials represented the image of the country. How could someone dare to harm them? Could it be that they were not afraid of the law? Or could it be that the status of these people was so high that they could do things without any scruples? However, the next news made Tong Qiao dispel this thought. It was said that the group of evildoers lived in the courtyard of the Qing family, a wealthy merchant in the south. This alone made him feel relieved. It was still the same sentence. The status of merchants was still very low at that time. If they were really people with status, how could they be willing to live in the courtyard of a merchant? It would only lower their status. Even if they were powerless people, Tong Qiao did not mind picking a soft persimmon to pinch. It just so happened that his brothers had not made money for a long time. This was a good opportunity. If it was done well, it would be a big income. Speaking of which, it was the Qing family. It was said that their wealth was comparable to that of a country. As a result, a group of 700 great Ming soldiers entered the city in a mighty manner. There were already bailiffs from the government office waiting to lead the way. Then, the group of people arrived outside the Qing family's courtyard and surrounded it. Guard the front and back doors. No one is allowed to slip away. In a while, when this general gives the order, everyone just needs to rush forward. If anyone dares to resist, use your weapons. Tong Qiao, who was riding on a horse and wearing armor, could be said to be majestic. Under his command, the Qing family's courtyard was soon surrounded by people that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Then, the 200 soldiers of the Great Ming Dynasty bravely walked toward the main door. They were in a row of 10 people. Every time they took a step forward, they would shout. Not to mention that their voices were very uniform, there was some momentum. Chapter 338. In the garden of the Qing family's courtyard. Small bridges, flowing water, lush green grass, mesmerizing flowers, colorful purples, pavilions, and painted rafters. All of them were the work of famous craftsmen. It was just a side courtyard, but it was already so luxurious. It could be seen that the Qing family was indeed rich and imposing. In the middle of the garden, there was a pavilion. On the stone table below, there were various fruits and snacks. A young man and an old man were sitting there, drinking tea and chatting. Duke of Loyalty and Courage, we haven't seen each other for nearly 2 years. On the other side of the table, an old man wearing an ordinary long robe had a smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood. Sir Kuei is still as elegant as ever. Congratulations. Yang Qindong also had a smile on his face. As he spoke, he raised the teacup in his hand. Ha, Duke of Loyalty and Courage must be joking. I still have to thank you for everything. If it weren't for you turning the tide on the battlefield back then, I'm afraid this old man would have been buried long ago. Thank you. Old man Kuang Yi also raised the wine in his arms and sighed with an emotional expression. In the Battle of the Tumu Fortress, because of Wang Zhen's careless command, the morale of the army was in chaos and they were defeated by Walla's army. The officials were either dead or running away. It was complete chaos. At this time, Yang Qindong, who was inconspicuous in the team, stood up and successively saved the 9 important ministers of the imperial court. Later, he even saved the besieged Emperor Zhu Qizhen. Among the 9 officials, there was Kuang Yi. In the past, he was the Minister of War of the Great Ming Dynasty. Now, he was the Minister of War of the Southern Ming Dynasty. It was said that he was trusted by Emperor Yingzong. This time, he was ordered by the emperor to check the situation of the various imperial guards. Coincidentally, he learned that Yang Qindong had returned to his hometown to pay respects to his ancestors. Thus, he rushed here early in the morning to meet him. Although it was a coincidence, Yang Qindong had already asked around. Kuang Yi was a good old man. Although he was a little old, he still had some ability. To be able to meet him here and settle some matters was within his plan. At this moment, the two of them were able to meet each other as they wished. Furthermore, they had saved each other's lives as a bond. It could be said that both the host and the guest were extremely happy. However, this harmonious scene was disrupted by the battle cries outside the courtyard. Although Kuang Yi was a little older, his eyes were not blurry and his ears were not deaf. He could naturally hear the shouts outside clearly. He frowned and raised his head to look at Yang Qindong. Yang Qindong, who had long been paying attention to Kuang Yi's actions, smiled and said, "Hee, I don't know why I was targeted yesterday. Some people came to find trouble with me, but they were caught by my subordinates. They must have mobilized the army this time." Nonsense. Who gave them the authority to mobilize the army for something as big as that? Guaning, go take a look. Kuang Yi said with a straight face. This time, he didn't come to see Yang Qindong just to catch up. He came with a mission. However, before he even had the chance to ask for help, his own people had already dropped the ball. If he didn't handle things well, it would directly affect his mission. How could he not be angry? Guaning was 7 feet tall and had a powerful body. His muscles seemed like they would explode with power at any time. At a glance, one could tell that he was a martial artist. Of course, the reason why Kuang Yi arranged for him to go out was not only because he was his trusted aide, but also because he was an official of the Ministry of War. He was selected to be the vice director of the Department for Purging Officials and was a standard 5th rank official. The Department for Purging Officials was an organization under the Ministry of War during the Ming and Qing dynasties. It was responsible for the rank, selection, promotion, and rewards of the military officials. It was responsible for inspecting the strategic locations of various regions and setting up camps. It was also responsible for managing the inheritance and bestowments of the tribal officials who lived in communities of ethnic minorities. Most of the time, the rank of an official in the Great Ming Dynasty wasn't enough. The most important thing was how much power he had. For example, the first Grand Secretary of the Imperial Cabinet was equivalent to the Emperor's personal secretary. For example, Jia Jin during the Ming Dynasty was a standard 5th rank official. Don't underestimate a standard 5th rank official. Even in front of the emperor, he could speak. He was much more powerful than a standard 4th or 3rd rank official. For example, Guaning was only a standard 5th rank official. However, because he controlled the promotion and rewards of the military officials, he had great power. Even many of the commanders, standard 3rd rank officials, of the City Guard Institute and the Capital Guard Institute had to lower their heads and smile apologetically when they saw him. Since the Capital Guard Institute had been mobilized, it was appropriate to send Guaning to take a look. Yang Qindong was naturally aware of this. He immediately smiled and said politely, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Vice Director Guan." "You're too polite." Guan Ying's expression didn't change. After saying this with a serious face, he bowed to Kuang Yi and left. After Guaning left, Kuang Ye's laughter sounded again. "Duke of Loyalty, please don't mind him." This person's personality is like this. He doesn't smile much, but he is very serious and has some ability. Yes, to be able to learn from Lord Kuang, he is without a doubt a talent. Yang Qindong also smiled and flattered. Then, he raised the teacup in his hand. With Guaning taking care of the outside matters, he naturally didn't have to worry. Kuang Yi also smiled and raised his teacup. After taking a sip, he put it down and said, "Duke of Loyalty, a while ago, the Japanese suddenly invaded the border and attacked the Tianjin Guard. I'm sure you've heard about it." "Yes, this matter caused a lot of disputes in the Beiming Imperial Court." "How could I not know about it?" Yang Qindong seemed to be casually nodding, but in fact, only he knew that Kuang Yi had finally begun to talk about the main topic. "Yes. I heard that 20,000 soldiers and 20,000 commoners were captured. How could the Duke of Yu not be angry about such a big matter?" Kuang Yi seemed to sigh. Then, he continued, "I heard that even now, the Japanese warriors often appear between the Tianjin Guard and the capital. Duke of Loyalty, you are going to pass by that place. Have you met them?" Yang Qindong didn't express any dissatisfaction with Kuang Yi calling the Daizong Emperor Yuang. Originally, Zhu Qiyu was the Duke of Yuang. If it weren't for the change of Tu Mu, he wouldn't have become the emperor. As a follower of Zhu Qizhen, it wasn't strange that Kuang Yi didn't admit this. However, to ask about the Japanese warriors and whether he had met them was somewhat interesting. No, this Duke was lucky and didn't meet them. Yes, the Duke of Loyalty's luck has always been very good. Saving Yuang, retreating from the Walla, building the bank, and so on, everything went too smoothly, right? When he uttered the last word, Kuang Ye's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at Yang Qindong. Feeling the coldness of the gaze, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, Yang Qindong didn't even lift his eyelids and smiled. "Yes, the heavens are good to me." A calm and confident smile flashed across Yang Qindong's face. In Kuang Ye's eyes, all of this made him feel unreal. Kuang Yi wasn't young. In the imperial court, he was second only to Hu Shao. He was also a man in his 60s. He had interacted with Yang Qindong many times, but even at that time, he only had a trace of respect for him. He didn't feel as powerless as he did when facing Yang Qindong. The young man in front of him was only in his early 20s, but he felt as if he was even more difficult to deal with than his father, Yang Rong. It seemed that no matter how he probed and provoked the young man was like an impenetrable wall. Under the pavilion, it suddenly became quiet. At this moment, only a gentle breeze flashed in front of them. Of course, in their hearts, they were weighing each other's words. Their chests were heavily panting, and their minds were working quickly. Ha ha, the Duke of Loyalty's luck is indeed very good, and you are also very talented. This old man has seriously studied the snow of the Yang family that you wrote in front of the Yang Family Academy. It is truly majestic and enlightening. But I don't know how to interpret the phrase, a man of great talent. Although because of Yang Qindong, the great Ming dynasty was divided into the south and many officials and soldiers belonged to two different imperial courts, one thing remained unchanged. That was, the poetry that scholars liked was still the same. Thinking back, when the snow of the Yang family was spread to the capital of the southern imperial court, Nanjing, it caused a huge uproar. When many people were sighing at the grandeur of this poem and were amazed by the sentences, it was inevitable that they would wonder what kind of environment and inner thoughts the author of this poem, Yang Qindong, was in to create such a song that could be passed down. There were even some people who began to research the specific meaning of the phrase. Especially the phrase, to count the outstanding figures, there were even more explanations for it. For example, the people of the Ying sect who were hostile to the Dai sect explained that Yang Qindong was flattering Zhu Qiyu, saying that Zhu Qiyu's ascension was justified, legitimate, and reasonable. They said that he was a man of great talent, and Zhu Qizhen was not. There were also some people who were envious, jealous, and hateful who explained that this sentence meant that Yang Qindong looked down on all scholars in the world. It was a manifestation of his own arrogance. There were also some people who wanted to see the world in chaos who said that this meant that someone wanted to replace Yang Qindong. They were implying that Yang Qindong was a traitor like Cao Cao. Among these opinions, Kuang Yi was more inclined to the latter, but he didn't say this to anyone. As the Minister of War, he, who knew soldiers well, was shocked when he saw the calm performance of the cold front soldiers on the battlefield. With such outstanding soldiers, any one of them would be qualified to be a squad leader, or even a centurion, or even a general of a higher rank. But they were willing to work under Yang Qindong. What did this mean? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.